morning. I'm not even going to talk about anything at all. At all. Okay, why is my gaming thing not working? We got to shut this down and that. There we go. And let me enjoy my coffee. I have to do something with the calculator. What's up, Lorenzo? I'm going back to living a normal life. Seriously, I'm going back to living a normal life, doing the things I need to take care of. Focus more on things I need to do. I am so fucking done. I'm going live on TikTok. I don't even want to talk about anything. I'm serious. JD Vance. Oh, the president is impatient to end the war. So you end it like this? You got to see what he put out this morning. It is so nonsensical. I am really, really freaking out. I can't watch it anymore. It's driving me to the brink. I think I want to just go insane. I'm not kidding. I got to get away from it because it's gonna make me freak out. It really is. And the mockery. They're enjoying this every second. They are enjoying it. You have no idea how they're enjoying this. They're mocking the president. It is a joke. President Trump, now I've ended 9 wars. Isn't that incredible? I can't. There is no regime change. I can't even tell you how upset I am. I can't even tell you. And you know what the fucked up thing is? If Biden or Obama would have done this, there would have been so much outrage. You gave them control of the Strait of Hormuz before this even started. This wasn't the situation. The region is such a mess right now as a result of this. It's worse than when it first started. Just think of the collateral damage in the region. For what? They now are laughing their asses off. The Strait of Hormuz. I swear to God, if I hear Obama's name again mentioned or Biden as giving Iran money, billions of dollars, I'm done. Because if you think about the math, let's just say Iran is allowed to share $2 million per ship with Oman. So that's $1 million. That's 100 ships that averaged would travel through the Strait. That's 100 million per day. Do the fucking math, 365. We're talking tens and tens of billions of dollars Iran is now going to get. Money. They ended up better off now than they did before. I don't want to hear about money because you just handed them the bank. So that's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. And I can't, and Lorenzo, like you're saying, so sad for the Iranian people. I don't even want to talk about it. And you got to see the mockery. Oh my God. The statements coming out, it is so humiliating. A representative from the Iranian government said, we went from the Stone Age to controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Oh yeah, I seen the Beirut thing. That's not going to stop. Israel's not going to stop with Lebanon. You're glad Trump didn't do it? No. I agree with the civilization thing. Oh my God. That was above and beyond cray-cray. I get that. I'm glad he didn't do that. But just to walk away from this now, do you know that there's a report saying that all the tankers left Israel? Did you know that? He's pulling out. J.D. Vance said this morning, President Trump was impatient to end this war, so you end it like this? Oh my! And guess what? China and Russia are supplying humanitarian aid back to Iran already. Well, you know that's not humanitarian fucking aid. And then you got to see the statements. It's so laughable. I can't even tell you. It's laughable. I don't know who convinced him. Does he see what's going on? And then he claimed that CNN made fake news, this, that. No, it was true news. Did you not read the 10-point plan that Iran had? Or did you see something else? And you were misled. From Iran's perspective, that's not the 10-point plan they're talking about. Their Supreme Council, National Security Council, released it. It's verified. What are you seeing? Something else? And I'm not a fan, believe me, of the media. But my God, it is... Oh no, not this early in the morning. Just look at a couple of these statements, okay? I want you to look.
Sorry, bro. Bro, you got extra vitamins you can spare, bro? I'm running
No,
low.
I don't think so. Look on the other side. I don't think so. Look at a couple of these statements. Just look at these statements. The United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. Is he insane? Is he mad? Has he lost his bearings? What regime change? What is he talking about? The IRGC are celebrating. The mullahs and clerks are celebrating. They're all celebrating. They survived. What's he talking about? This is nonsense. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. That this is bullshit. I'm not being gaslit. I said this when this was leading up. I said I will not be a victim of being gaslit. And that's what's going on. Check it out. There will be no enrichment of uranium. That's not what the Iranian 10-point plan says. Already with that? And the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all the deeply buried B-2 bombers. Don't talk about B-2 bombers anymore. I don't want to hear about military. I don't want to hear about nothing. Because all's fucking for nothing. I don't want to hear it no more. It is now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance Space Force. Nothing has been touched from the date of attack. That's a lie because they were rebuilding the roofs and canopies of these facilities that were hit. What's he talking about? Satellite imagery proved that. And they were trying to get access to it. That's a lie. That's a straight up lie. Nothing has been touched. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. Oh my God. They won. They got everything they wanted. This is not surrender. This is crazy. This is crazy. He's lost his mind. And I don't want to hear nobody defend him. Because if this was Biden, to be objective, or Obama, everybody would have lost their fucking minds. Talking like this and doing what he's doing. They would have lost their minds. Be fair. Be fair. If they would have done this, it would have been the end. Well, somehow he gets a pass. I don't know how, but he gets a pass. I mean, many of the 15-point plans have already been agreed to. Wait a minute. Didn't you say yesterday that you said that the 10-point plan that Iran proposed is workable? But you're referring back to your 15-point plan that Iran rejected. They rejected it. And now you're saying they agreed to it? Thank you for your attention in this matter. I'm telling you, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to lose my mind. And that's not it. Look, because there's reports already that China and Russia are already sending in planes and they're calling it humanitarian. Look what he puts. Taco. Total taco. total taco. A country supplying military weapons to Iran will be immediately tariffed. Oh, wow. That's where we're going to do. Because he's already getting reports of China and Russia. This is what he put. Any country supplying military weapons to Iran will immediately be tariffed on any or all goods sold to the United States of America, 50%. They're saying, good, do it. You are so pathetically weak. What happened through strength, power through strength? It looks like weak and pathetic. Weak and pathetic. You know what he's going to focus on now? He's going to turn everything around. Guess what he's going to do now? He's going to focus on Cuba now. We couldn't do nothing about Iran, so now we'll just take our shit out on Cuba. This is insane. This is absolutely driving me nuts. I'm going to lose it. That's why I can't do this anymore. I'm actually not doing this anymore. I don't even know, like, the ceasefire, is it going to last? But look what he wrote. There will be no exclusion or exceptions. Oh, I feel so scared about your threat of tariffs. But wait a minute. I thought the Supreme Court said it's illegal. So how are you going to do that? I guess it's a threat to national security, so he might be able to get away with it, because under those conditions he can. This is batshit crazy. I don't know how other way to put it. It's embarrassing. We look so weak, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. Oh my God. The region, they'll never. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they'll try to wait it out until he leaves office. This is worse than I could have ever imagined the outcome. And then I watched Fox News yesterday, and they're twisting it like this is some kind of a success. Iran capitulated. Iran surrendered. What? It's funny how they tried to spin it, to make it all rosy. I'm like, oh, now this I can't even watch this. I tried. I can't. This is the worst possible outcome that could have happened. This is worse than when it started. Did anything get better after this happened in the last couple of weeks? 5 weeks, 6 weeks? Has anything gotten better, or has it gotten worse? Ask yourself that question. Definitely worse for the Iranian people. Definitely worse for the Arab countries that got their infrastructures hit. That's going to cost them billions. Definitely the Strait of Hormuz. That was not a problem before this started. Now Iran is taking control with Oman and charging tolls. And like I said, I don't want to hear about Obama or Biden giving Iran money because you just handed them the bank. You just handed them the fucking bank. They're going to become one of the richest countries in the Middle East on the oil. Now he's saying, oh, this is going to be a big money thing. How? For who? For us? How? I am so upset. I am so disappointed. I'll tell you this right now, as an independent, you ain't getting my fucking vote November. None of you. None of you that did not say a word, nothing, staying silent, going along with it, you are not getting my vote. And I'm sure there's a lot of independents out there are saying, what the fuck? They're going to lose. They're going to lose the House, and they may even lose the Senate. Why? Because of the nonsense. This is a big one for me. I'm going to tell you that right now because I put my heart and soul into this. They're done with me. I can't even deal with them anymore. I don't want to see Pete Hegseth is talking in 5 minutes. I don't care what he has to say. It's a clown show. It's a fucking clown show. And I'm so upset on what's been going on the last 24 hours. I'm freaking out. Do the math. You want to see the math? The normal traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is like 100 ships a day. Now, allegedly, they're going to share the $2 million per ship with Oman. They're going to split it. That's still $100 million per day. That's 700 million per week. Multiply that by 52. I don't want to hear about money. You just handed Iran ka-ching, ka-ching bank. Oh, but they're going to use it to rebuild. Really? They're going to rebuild their fucking missiles and their drones because they know this worked the first time and they'll hold it hostage again forever. Fail. Absolute fail. This is the most embarrassing moment in American fucking modern history. As a superpower, allegedly, we look so weak and pathetic. The world is laughing at us. Russia and China are fucking laughing at us. This is embarrassing on so many levels. To me, at least in my opinion, this is embarrassing. And that's why I say there has to be a law. 65 is the most any president, whether it's Biden, anyone else, there has to be an age. This can't be going on anymore. We can't have this. I don't care. I don't care. Whether it was Biden or now him getting close to 80, no more. I'm done. I'm done. I am so done. I'm glad I'm independent too, Marianne. And I do lean right. I used to be a liberal when I lived in New York City, till I moved up here 20 years ago. He was a liberal. He was a Democrat. The president was a Democrat. He was a big supporter. At one time. He changed. People can change. But I'm telling you, oh my God, I feel so much for the main thing that bothers me is the Iranian people. And Reza Pahlavi is pleading for the Iranian army to help overthrow the country because he knows how fucked everything is. That's an act of desperation. That's how bad it is. Egg on face everywhere. Oh. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. And I don't know if they realize it. It's like they try to put cherries on it, like to make it think that everything's... Don't say you won this war. Do not say you won this war. Because you have totally appeased the Iranians by doing this. Because you wanted to end the war so fucking bad and find an off-ramp. This is not the off-ramp I was thinking of. I thought it could be 2 to 3 more weeks, pound them more, take out the IRGC, weaken the regime. Because he just said there's been total regime change again. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? It's insane. If Biden would have said that, people would have said he needs to get the 25th right now. Think about it. Regime change. What's he talking about? Is he okay? They would have tried to invoke the 25th right away. If Biden would have been saying some of this stuff, definitely 25th Amendment. That just goes to show you. And remember, in an election, whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, you know your base is going to support it. Unless it's Kamala Harris, to be honest. Because a lot of Democrats voted across. They crossed the line because they weren't voting for Kamala. And I get that. But parties usually they vote for their party. They're dug in with party affiliation. The key is, and I've always said this, independents. Independents are going to cost you the election. It will probably. I had faith in Rubio. I'm not a J.D. Vance supporter. I'm a Rubio supporter. As of right now, I support Marco Rubio. But where has Rubio been? He's been so quiet. He's probably like, I'm not saying a fucking word. Because he's thinking about his political future. I'm not saying a word on this now. I have nothing to do with this. I'm sure there were certain people that were telling the president one thing and others telling him another thing, but he chose the one thing. You could see you haven't heard from Rubio much, have you? They better hope that they can hold on to the Senate. They could lose both houses, the House and the Senate, in November. And who knows what happens in 2028? Who knows what happens in the next 2.5 years? I'm concerned. I am seriously concerned. Exactly. Independents always decide elections. Independents are like 30-something, 33, at least 30% of the voting. Without them, you're not winning. You party alone is not going to win you the election. It's not. Anytime you see a poll, which I don't like polls. I hate polls. I don't trust polls. That's bullshit because you could say one thing on a poll call and do something totally else when you enter the booth. Yes, with your ID. I'm all for that. Voter ID. I am. There's no reason why you can't show a fucking ID when I got to show my ID at an airport to take a plane. Why can't I? You should be able to show your ID when you go to vote. It's common sense. Besides that, polls are bullshit. But when you look at polls, you know that the base, whether they're agreeing or disagreeing, is represented in those polls. They're dug in. No matter what, they're dug in. So, but I look at the independents. What are they feeling right now? And then you break it down to the demographics. The youth, the minority, because believe it or not, in Pennsylvania and other states, that helped put the president cross over that line in 2024. Does he still have them? Does he? Or does his party still have them? Forget about him, unless somehow he thinks of a third term. But does he have them now? Does the Republicans have them? Because they're going to blame the Republicans for supporting him. You went along with it. You did it all. They're going to take their frustration out on them. You think they're going to want to vote for them? And believe it or not, Democrats have a very, very bad polling as a party. So it's like, I hate when you have to pick not the best candidate, but how would I say it? The least of the worst? That's bad when you have to decide who's worse. And then vote for the other person because you consider both of them to be pathetic. But we have no choice. We have to vote for somebody, the lesser of the two. Oh my God. Exactly, Jonathan. The regime I said that. I've been saying that. I've been saying it. How can you, and I said it, you guys know this, how do you let the regime, how could you say the regime change and they're all there? Oh yeah, like Tusi said, and I said it. Technically, you got rid of the mouse. Technically, you did. But the core of the regime is still intact. The mullahs and clerics and assembly of experts and all the radicals and insane people that are there, they're all laughing and celebrating today. And then they send a little puppet figure to negotiate with the United States. It's all part of their ploy. Yeah, that's a paper puppet. He's only a puppet. The regime is playing the president so bad, and he's falling for it like it's true, and it's true regime change, and that they're serious, and we're dealing with more responsible people and more moderate. There's no such thing as a fucking moderate in that regime anywhere. They hate America. Death to America. Don't you understand that? There is none. And you're saying that there's regime change? He said complete and total regime change. His words. Really? I said it from the beginning. We should have bombed that fucking parliament with all of them in it. Got rid of the real core. They didn't do it. Oh my God. Exactly. The ideology has not changed. Oh my God. And Charles, you don't know how they're mocking him all over. That's what they said. He ended 9 wars. Now he can say, he said it. They are laughing their asses off. You don't know the joy that the other side is doing right now, mocking him and making him look so pathetic. But you expect that. But they're enjoying this. They are. If I showed you some of the things that they're putting out there, it is ridiculous. Now, because of the Lebanon attacks going on, Iran should immediately continue the war. Enough is enough. Oh, really? So now this is what their media is saying. So the massive destruction. This is like the biggest strikes in Beirut. Like, I can't even. It's bad. Israel took out their frustration, I guess, on Lebanon, but it's bad. You want to see some stuff in Lebanon? It's bad. I gotta be honest.
طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي بربور.
This was not my intention to talk about this stuff today, I gotta be honest. But I'm so pissed off still. It's gonna take time for me to. It's really gonna take time for me to deal. I mean. Oh my God. It's making my stomach. I'm drinking coffee and I feel sick. There's a lot of damage in Beirut. I'm looking at it. I really, like I said, I'm so upset. I Okay, even when he says this, what will be a regime change? Look at this post. The United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. What? What will be will be. That means it hasn't. That's not past tense or present tense. That's future tense. Will be. So what are you talking about? We have determined it has gone through what will be a productive regime change. Oh, so they stay intact. They survive. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. Pathetic. Oh my God. Look at this. Look. Iranian consulate. Hello, we are writing to you from the Stone Age and we control the Strait of Hormuz. They are mocking him. They are making him look like a laughing stock. I'm not going to be gaslit by what they say anymore. Who wrote that? Who wrote that about what? That's why I said I wasn't going to watch Pete Hegseth's thing. Somebody just wrote something about that. Let's see. Who wrote that? Pahlavi was pleading yesterday to the Iranian army to try to overthrow the government. So, yeah, where's Lindsey Graham? Gitmo, you're right. Well, the pressure was the global pressure for the economy all over the world for the oil. That's what this was about. Hegseth's victory speech is weak. It's embarrassing. Pure. That's why I'm not watching it, Eric. This time around from Trump, a day after he tells the Iranians he's behind them, seems weird. Could be something brewing in the background. I don't know. Kuwait is currently under heavy attack. I mean, isn't that a break right there? That's it. If that's happening right now in Kuwait, that's breaking the ceasefire. I saw about that. Iran's Levant oil refinery was hit by enemy fire this morning. I mean, this is just. I don't know. I'm baffled. I got to be honest. I'm baffled. But did you see what J.D. Vance put out this morning? This is the Israeli Reporter. Look at this. Oh, they're fucking celebrating. I can't even look at it. I'm getting like ill. I'm getting ill. J.D. Vance said this morning, I think he was still in Hungary, that the president was growing impatient to end the war. I have to look at his quote. We got to go on X. So that's what this is all about? He was growing impatient to end the war, so he found an off-ramp like this? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Let me see. And I'm sorry. I unless the ceasefire is... Israeli reporters say we pulled our Stratotankers, all of them, out of Israel. They're all gone. They left. They said bye-bye. Remember there was a report yesterday that there were tankers heading toward Iran in the Med, and they made a U-turn? That was true. He called it off. That was the indicator that he had changed his mind again. Let me see. That's another thing. When you're not consistent on messaging, that's a problem. When you bounce all over the place, say one thing one day, then you wake up the next day and you say something else, the consistency on the message. Could you imagine, and during World War II, his impatience with the war then? Could you imagine him being the president during World War II? Germany would have won. Theoretically, hypothetically. That's hypothetical, but the way he behaves and the way he conducts, I don't know how that would have turned out if he was a president at the time during World War II. Oh my God. Ugh. Okay, let's hear what J.D. Vance said. It sounds almost like the same shit that we've been hearing for months with the negotiations. Let's listen to this. I got to hear this too. That's why I'm for Marco Rubio. If anybody, no way. He's another one.
Just in the what the president did is he basically issued an ultimatum to the Iranians.
He did?
Open up the straits. Stop.
Wait a minute. Wait. Right there, he gave them an ultimatum for them to open the straits. How come you can't open the straits? How come we're powerless to open the straits? So we gave them an ultimatum for them to open the straits because we were going to send them back to the Stone Age? And create possibly genocide with the threat, if you take it literal? Like the guys on Enforcer said last night. How are we supposed to interpret that? Are we supposed to read in between the lines when he makes a statement that he's going to wipe out a civilization? Are we supposed to come up... Oh, he didn't really mean that. But when somebody tells you something, don't you take it literal? Or are we supposed to... Oh, he didn't really mean that. I mean... He really was talking about this. When somebody says something like that fucking literal, and then they're the most powerful person in the world, and people are paying attention to what you say, and you put that out there, that's not good. Period.
Trying to hold the world's economy hostage and will engage.
And that was their plan. That was their card to play, the Strait of Hormuz. But you people... Like I said from fucking day one, before it even started, your first priority is to make sure that strait stays open. So who is responsible for this? Who are the military planners? Who are the ones that are giving the orders to the military to carry out? It starts at the top.
in a ceasefire, and that's exactly the agreement that we came to last night. The Iranians have agreed to open up the straits. The United States has agreed to stop attacking, and not just the United States, but also our allies have agreed to stop attacking, and that is the basis of this fragile truce that we have, which is now 8 to 12 hours old. Just in the response that we've seen from various segments of Iran, you have on the one hand people within Iran who have responded very favorably. The foreign minister who said, look, we agreed to the United States' terms. We'll do a ceasefire. We'll do a negotiation. We'll open the Straits of Hormuz.
Of course they're going to say that. That's what they've always done. Hasn't he said in the past they're great negotiators? Yeah, they're great at stalling. They're great at fucking playing you. That's what they're great at. The deal maker looks like he's the most pathetic individual for making deals right now. He's supposed to be the art of the deal. He's supposed to be the great negotiator. Well, he looks fucking pathetic right now.
And then we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road.
Oh, and we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road. Where are we down this fucking road already? We're trying it again?
So some of the people have responded favorably and have said the right things.
Some. What about the rest? Who are the ones that are not saying it favorably? Who the fuck is in control in Iran? Who can you to rely on to negotiate with? Is the IRGC part of this? Or is it the puppet master, the foreign minister, or their president? Because that's the only people I could think of. This is a joke.
And then you have some people on social media within their system who are basically lying about what we've accomplished militarily.
Nobody is denying what we've accomplished militarily, and that is part of the whole fucking point. You had them at a position of absolute weakness, you decimated them, and then you gave them an out. Nobody's debating about that we haven't done. And I give credit to the men and women of the armed forces, our military, for doing their role and doing what they were asked to do as professionals. I mean, it is because of them and the sacrifices they made. For what? Nobody's saying that we didn't decimate them militarily. But that's the whole point. You had them at such a point of weakness, and you just gave them a gasp of air. You idiots.
They're lying about the nature of the agreement. They're lying about the...
That is not true. Somebody here is... Listen, messaging counts. I've said that. Why don't you make it public, and let's see what the agreement says. Let's see what the Iranians propose to you. How can people say they're lying? No, people are speculating because they don't hear nothing from you people. How are we supposed to approach this when you don't tell us shit? You've been quiet. What is the proposal? We know the 15-point, but the Iranians, they came out with a whole different proposal, the 10-point. The president was even confused. Like CNN fake news from somewhere, I don't know what country he mentioned. And then it was released by, first of all, it was on Iranian TV, and it was released by their National Security Council. These are the 10 points. And now they're trying to cover for that it's fake news and it's bullshit because they've seen it and they're like, oh shit. Did anybody show the president? Does anybody inform him? Are they giving him the details of things when it goes on? Or they just tell him, yes, they've agreed to... Does he not say, well, what are the 10 points? Can you tell me what these 10 points are? It shows incompetence to me, not lies. People are speculating because that's all they can do. When they look at your banana fucking republic here.
Nature of the ceasefire. And so you have just, even within their system, and this is why I say this is a fragile truce. The final point that I'll say about this is the President of the United States has told me, and he's told the entire negotiating team, the Secretary of State, the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he said, go and work in good faith to come to an agreement. That is what he has told us to do. If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us.
Is this the same. It's almost like the definition of insanity, trying to do the same thing over and over with a different outcome. We've been here before. We've been down this trail. And like I said, meanwhile, Russia and China are now sending probably 24/7 resupply to Iran. What the hell is going on?
I think we can make an agreement.
Oh, you really do think we can make an agreement, right?
If they're going to lie, if they're going to
If they're going to lie?
cheat, if they're
Cheat? Really?
going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage.
Economic leverage? How? The whole reason for this is you don't have any economic leverage because gas prices are exploding everywhere, including here. You know there's economic pressure. That is bullshit. What economic pressure? What's he talking about? The pressure's on the president to end this because of the global economies getting affected, including our own. That's what concerns. What is he talking about?
So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around.
Oh, we've heard that before. Oh my God!
He's impatient. He's impatient to make
He's impatient.
progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate.
It's a big if, and it's up to the Iranians. We're at square one all over again. Meanwhile, you gave them a 2-week window to regroup. Flights coming in, ships, whatever, from China and Russia. They have control of the strait. Thinking of charging tolls. That's a new one. Oh my God. I can't. My stomach is, I swear to God, my stomach is twisted. The coffee's not helping, actually. And the ultimate thing is the people of Iran. What a joke. Well, Lorenzo says, due to the massive... See, but Israel said that the Lebanon Hezbollah thing was not part of this. That's what they're saying. That's why they hit him so hard today. Or earlier. Oh, yeah, what happened to the Strait of Trump? A veteran buddy of mine once told me America is very good at winning battles, but not wars. That's a valid point, Thomas. That's a valid point.
Good morning. Here's your sports radio routine.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Like I said, I'm trying. All of you, if not all of you, you've been here since the beginning. You've been following this intensely, exclusively, like I have. I don't want to hear excuses from other outlets. I don't want to hear twist. I don't want to hear spin. And I definitely don't want to be gaslit. Because I'm not fucking stupid. You know? And I know all of you aren't either. You see this objectively, I hope. And you see how insane the result of what just happened. Effing bombs, F-bombs, crazy bastards. All of a sudden they went from crazy bastards to sane regime change. In 24 hours. The only way they can open up the strait was a two-week ceasefire? That was the only way you can make this happen? It doesn't make sense. Exactly. There are reports right now. I'm going to look on X. Even Iran just slapped... What? Oh, that was last night. I was gonna say whoa. Because remember last night they were launching barrages, and I did a short toward like everybody. They launched toward everybody last night. Right after the ceasefire was announced by the president's post, they were firing missiles at everybody in the whole region. Everyone, pretty much. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Israel. They just started going crazy. I am so disgusted. I have to be. I am so disgusted. Let me see if this comes up. China and Russia at the UN announced their intention to provide extensive aid to Iran within the next 24 hours, claiming that it is assistance for the country's reconstruction and not for the arms industry. However, according to reports in the Russian media, China has already sent 3 cargo ships carrying weapons, while Russian military aid planes are currently on their way to Isfahan, and military aid planes from Belarus are on their way to Tehran. I can't read this. I can't even do it anymore. If this is true, this is sick. They're already restocking them. And then he's threatening tariffs. A country supplying military weapons to Iran will be immediately tariffed on all goods sold to the United States. Oh, wow. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is that what the best he can do now? Is threaten tariffs against countries like China and Russia and North Korea, whoever the fuck? Belarus sending weapons back into into Iran? Is that the best he can do now? They are laughing at us. The Chinese and Russia have learned a lot in these past few weeks. And it ain't good. It is not good. Countries linked to supplying military support to Iran. Russia, primary supplier. Jets, air defense, intel support. China, missile tech, dual-use components. North Korea, missile technology cooperation. Belarus, radar systems, limited transfers. They're in the air in Israel, but the report was they have left Israel. They could be in the air near Israel. Does that mean they're going to land in Israel? They could be in the air. An Israeli reporter who's disgusted, like many, he put this. Now, again, take it for what it's worth. Oh, God. I can't. Hold on. Here, right here. This is Amir, the reporter from Israel. I can't believe they put this. That they're spreading this around. The Iranian regime continues to mock America and President Trump. All of the U.S. Air Force's Boeing KC-135 Stratotankers left Israel. Now, there could be some flying around. Maybe they're going to land back. But the reports coming out of Israel is they're gone. They're leaving. Maybe they haven't completed leaving, or maybe they're going to keep a couple there. Who God knows on what. Breaking. Iran has not yet opened the Strait of Hormuz, but may allow limited openings starting on Thursday or Friday if an initial ceasefire framework for the Islamabad meeting is agreed upon according to Iranian terms. Reuters. They're already playing the fucking game, trying to dictate the strait. Didn't the president say that the Strait of Hormuz has to be opened up immediately, complete? It is not. They're saying maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday, depending on how these things look going into Islamabad. They're already holding the cards. He said yesterday, subject to them immediately opening up the strait completely. And yet now it's limited, and they might do it tomorrow, Friday. Oh shit. That's right in his face. Unbelievable. Jonathan says, I told you it's not open, Trump, and said it was supposed to open. That's what I said, Jonathan. That's what I just finished saying. Russia has something over Trump and called it in. I agree with that. That relationship has always baffled me and puzzled me. And I don't want to go into conspiracy theories, but I think it has a lot to do with maybe what Putin has on him at a certain beauty pageant that happened in Russia. And I'm sure the hotels were bugged with audio and video, and maybe something happened inappropriate, and Putin has it. I'm just conspiracy talk right there, completely. And I'm not a conspiracy person. But I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Putin is not your friend. No ships, the threat, and also the fast-moving boats. All you need is a threat. And obviously they can carry out on their threat. They can still hit ships. It's just, if that wasn't the case, then there would be no issue here. If they did, but I get it. If they don't have a navy, how are they able to keep it closed? If it were that easy, why do we have to depend on them to open the strait? Exactly. It's batshit crazy. That tells me that they can't secure the strait to open it safely. Because the threat exists, whether it's a drone or one of those fast-moving boats, swarm of them, because I don't even know how many of those are left. I've been saying that for weeks. Now, supposedly they hit a shipyard of these smaller boats. Was it yesterday? It's the first I heard. As long as that cloud hangs over the threat that they can. All right, Thomas, have a great one. I can't. Look, like I said, I'm objective. There's a lot of things I support. There's some things I disagree. This one put me over the edge. I agree, like what Jonathan's saying. I don't know about gotta go. I don't know about that. I mean, but, this put me over the edge. This pushed me. And I don't know how the media's, I don't even want to watch the media. Now more than ever. But I can't imagine how they're trying to spin this. I can't even imagine. Oh, God. It is. Blue Flash. Anybody who, like I said, let's take away the people in the general public that weren't truly informed on the day-to-day, everyday thing that was going on since this all started. We're locked, loaded, and ready. Help is on the way. All that. Going back to the beginning. Thousands of people getting slaughtered and massacred in Iran. We've been involved with this for a long time. Remember how we were wondering, when is it going to start? When is it going to start? Why is it taking so long? They got to get assets in place. We all said pretty much, we agreed. He's not going to do it until he's ready, which I agree. Yes, we punished them. We pounded them. What is the result of all that pounding? Submission? Because you want a ramp to get off and get out of this? and this is how you approach it and do it, there should never have been a fucking 2-week ceasefire. You know what you should have said? We're going to go day by day. This is strength. We're going to go day by day. Either you meet with us now, tomorrow. I don't give a fuck if it's a Zoom call, but we're going to meet. And if you don't agree to these terms, we're not going down to play this game again with negotiations. We're done with that. And he said in the past, 47 years of talking. And and if not, we're going to pummel you twice as hard tomorrow. And 4 times, exponentially growing until you agree to our terms. Not bend to their terms, our fucking terms. You don't, they don't respect, they respect strength. They don't respect weakness. They prey on weakness. They're deeming him weak right now. They look at him as saying he's put in a corner because of the economic pressure, the political pressure, whatever other pressures. And they know this, and they're using it. This is not the way to do it. I'm sorry. The result is a big fucking nothing. Now again, for those of us who have been involved with this for months, we kind of have a better idea of what the hell led up to this point than people that watch the news every day that aren't really following it like that. Because, you know, not for nothing. People have to live their lives, work, take care of their families, take care of whatever. They have a lot on their mind. A lot of stresses. That they don't really have the time to focus on this. So they just go, okay. You know. No, it's not okay. You haven't been paying attention. So they brush it off. What's next? You see what I'm saying? And I'm wondering how long the media covers this extensively. As day by day the ceasefire goes, less and less coverage. Until something else happens, maybe. The ceasefire is broken, like somebody's saying right in chat, and I agree. It's already been broken. Then they start following it again and covering it again. I am sick. Yeah, I know. Nick Pope passed away Monday. And I was just with him a few months ago. That's a painful situation in itself too. All right, who's coming in now?
You know who's coming in.
What is it, Mom?
What the hell's going on?
I'm live talking about Iran and everything. So just
I hope that they're not there and all this shit. What the fuck is going on over here?
what are you talking about?
I heard you.
Yeah, because I'm upset at what's happened the last 24. You have no idea what's going on, Mom. So I would suggest you just
No.
with Iran. I told you last night with Iran,
I understand that. But let me
and I'm talking to a lot of people right now.
It's everybody. I mean, this is like people going cuckoo.
It is cuckoo. You're right about that one. It is cuckoo. No, close the door, please. She's bugging out on my passion here. I'm allowed. And she left the door open. Yeah. Oh, the cake is orange to me. Brian, I have not. And you know what? Moving forward, I was going to game and get my mind off things, but obviously I can't. Moving forward, I don't want to talk about this topic unless, which I don't think it's going to last. I don't think, once they sit down in good faith and learn that Iran has not changed their position, that they fell, they were duped, and then we're back to square one. Meanwhile, like I said, China and Russia are resupplying. They even informed the UN, oh, it's not arms. It's humanitarian aid to help them rebuild. Putin must be enjoying this. Oh my God. Oh my God. I agree. I don't see this lasting. only to go back. I mean, we've been down this path before, trying to negotiate with them. We've been down this path. It didn't work anytime. You can't trust them. They're going to twist it now. They're going to twist it like they've done in the past. Well, this is part of our plan. I don't know what you were thinking. We're not giving up our enrichment program. We're not doing this. We're not doing that. And then we're going to be back to square one because the United States is going to hissy fit and say, well, they didn't agree. Then what? Then what? Meanwhile, you gave them a breath of fresh air to breathe. They're regrouping. They're getting restocked. Maybe even with better supplies, better upgraded equipment from China and Russia, so they could test their next little extravaganza weapons to use against. And that's another thing. Remember that. Intelligence was used. They provided intelligence to the Iranians on our fucking people. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Let's see what. It's not. If the public sees this as a huge loss. I'm just seeing. You don't have to ban his messages. He's putting out actually a valid point. Bill, all of this is not adding up. Are you sure we are not missing something? If Trump is worried about the polls, the public sees this as a huge loss. If anything, he is worse off now. You think he's worse off, or everyone in the region is worse off? Is the world worse off, keeping this regime intact? We have not dealt with the core issue here. The core issue should have been regime change. For the Iranian people, for the region, this doesn't solve anything. Okay, yeah, you weakened them militarily. Oh, good. You should have did the whole job. You should have finished the job. You did a big part of it, but you didn't complete it. You didn't finish the job. Because you're in such a rush for the off-ramp. Because he knows he can't say, gas is under $2. He can't say those things now. And look how the markets reacted. Oil dropped by $15. That's what he's looking at. That's what this is about. The markets. Now he can say, oh, the futures went up, oil came down, success. He can say that, right? Yeah, the polls, I go to a place, I'll show you quick. Again, I'm not a fan of polls. But I go to a site because it shows all the polls. Not just one, because you know how they're slanted. Whether they're liberal, conservative, independent, they're all slanted. That's just the way it is. When was this last taken? Yesterday. We have to wait. We have to wait. These polls are older. They're Monday. Things change. We have to see like the updated version. And there's so many of them. And this is the problem. This is from Monday. The last one was up to Monday. And like I said, based on this poll, this takes all the polls and creates a median, the middle point. like I was saying before, the Democrats aren't doing any much better. But look, watch. This is the latest one was Monday. And he was at 41% approval. So that's not, I mean, a lot of that is Republican. Not all of it. You would think there's some there independent, but that's down, he's down negative 14. But look at this here. The direction of the country, 34%. Favorability, he's down 13, almost 14. Unfavorable Republican Party. But look at this. Minus 15. Democratic Party. Minus 20. Now, for the upcoming elections, this is strange for Senate. Cooper's got, and again, I'm not a poll favorite here. He's got a 6.5 lead in North Carolina for Senate. The Democrats have a 6-point generic congressional vote ahead. These races are too close in these red states. I mean, this is not good. If you look at, I mean, again, I'm not a fan of polls. But, you know, in some polls, where is there a CNN poll here? CNN, can imagine. Approved, 38. Then you go to a more conservative. Where's Rasmussen? Is it even in there? See, Rasmussen, conservative. He's got a 47 approval. See? Depending on which one is doing the polls, whether it's a liberal or conservative, you know. And, you know, this is the things they concern themselves about too. This is, they look at things like this. I am not a fan at all of polls. I don't trust polls. I must say that first. I don't trust polls. But maybe they look at these numbers and saying, oh shit, we got to do something. We got to turn it around before the midterms. We got to change the discussion. Because everybody, you know, one of the big things in this country everybody thinks about is what? Economy. It's always up there as like a major issue that Americans discuss and think about. It's money. Yes, it's money. So, you know, all that is taken into consideration. Exactly. If talks collapse, we're going to have to start all over again. Oh, what does he do? What does he do if the ceasefire agreement it collapses? What does he do then? Do we go back to the Stone Age talk? Or maybe limited strikes on infrastructure? If you don't get back to the table, this is a warning. Are we going to play this game? Back and forth? I don't know. It's a great question. China's word means nothing on the world stage. Words don't mean nothing, maybe, but they sure are supplying Iran again. So is Russia. Words, actions speak louder than words, and right now they're flying in stuff. Cargo ships loaded are heading to Iran right now. That's why he put out that tariff post this morning. A country that is providing them with military equipment will be slapped with a 50% tariff on all goods entering the United States. Wow. Why would he put that out there? Because it's happening already. It's already happening. You know, it's like when something opens, a store opens, let's say Black Friday, the way it used to be, everybody runs to the store. Well, everybody's running to Iran now. It's ceasefire. We're open. We're back in business. Yeah, Israel's not going to hold back on Lebanon, no matter what. There's no way. That's the one that might be the one that, I said it yesterday, who's going to be the one to break the ceasefire? Israel, Iran, or the U.S.? It's not going to be us. It's going to be one of them. It's going to be either Israel or Iran. And the way it's looking, it's going to be Israel. And you know, people are going to say it. A lot of people are going to say it. Here is Israel trying to drag us back into the war by destroying the ceasefire, not abiding by the ceasefire. Israel's trying to drag us right back in. You know that's coming. Good morning, JC. Happy camper. I hope you're right, something else is going on. I hope you're right. Because this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Now they're saying they're not going to open the strait till maybe tomorrow or Friday, and it will be limited. What happened to immediate, complete opening of the strait? Hasn't happened, has it? Iran is playing the game now. Hegseth declares victory over Iran with a capital V. Are you insane? How could you say that with a straight face? Daily Mail is putting it out now. Hegseth declares victory with a capital V and thanks war fighters and claims Iran begged for this ceasefire. Iran begged for the ceasefire? Really? This is... I will not be gaslit. I will not be gaslit. Iran begged for this ceasefire? You begged for the strait to be opened. And using your threats of annihilating a civilization. Hegseth claimed during his Wednesday morning, that doesn't even make sense, that the U.S. has accomplished a decisive military victory. Militarily, yeah, they got decimated. They claimed that the Iranians' leadership begged. Now, which has drawn criticism from Israeli officials. I'm not surprised. Now, if you say this, okay? If you say this, going into these meetings, right? What's up, Jake?
Hey, Bill. You remember how you gave Anna, admin privileges?
Yes.
All right, because I might need them, because nobody's going to be on the show. I'm already logged in.
Who? I have no idea. She told me last night that she was going to give me information about a show today. I have nothing.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to call her around. I get off the phone with you, but I want to see if I can get admin first.
Okay, do that. Call her, and then somebody has to let me know what the hell is going on.
Okay, now, you can't give me admin. It got to be her?
It has to be her.
Okay, let me do that. I'll call you back.
All right, bye. He further bragged about the number of Iranian leadership killed, and before adding that the new supreme leader is wounded and disfigured. They just learned the hard way. What happens when you try to fight us directly? And even when they got lucky, one time in 40 days and down 2 of our pilots, they couldn't hold them in a daring... This is... Trump celebrated a big day for world peace. The Iranians put forward a 10-point ceasefire plan that Trump called workable basis. Really? And he removing sanctions, compensation to Tehran for war damage, and a ceasefire on all fronts. How the fuck do we agree with this? Tell me how we agree with this. The phrase acceptance of enrichments for a nuclear program, which was included in the Farsi language version of the ceasefire plan. Look at this. Trump said the opening of the strait would bring a golden age by reestablishing crucial trade routes. It was like that before this started. What are you talking about, a golden age? Everything was fine and dandy until you started this. Now you're saying it's going back to normal traffic and it's the golden age? What is that? By reestablishing crucial trade routes and repairing any economic setbacks. Oh, so we're going into the golden age after you set us back. By doing this, to go back to the normal situation, which it's not going to be normal because Iran is now saying they're going to charge fucking tolls. So no. Oh my God. I'm telling you, I can't. Exactly. It's like we're living in a fucking parallel world. I'm sorry for the language. I'm so upset. Oh my God. Yes, I saw that earlier. The largest wave strikes against Hezbollah. This is an episode of Black Mirror. You know that happened. That was this morning. There's images. They're all over the place. You want to see? And I'm seeing Manny's War Room on Telegram too, and all the associated photos. But Manny doesn't do as much as Amir. Amir's the one that shows everything. He posts pictures, videos. You want to see some of it? What's been going on? Hold on. And yeah, the Levant Island was struck. They're saying that the Air Force of the UAE conducted a strike on the Iranian oil and petrochemical installations in the Persian Gulf. So isn't the ceasefire broken? Okay, here we go. I'm just going to share it because I got to go in a few minutes. I got to work on a show for today. Beirut. He posts a lot. Now this, yes, that's Beirut. Oh God, I don't even want to see this anymore. I can't. I'm telling you, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna go. Now the other side shows a lot of stuff. Beirut.
طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي داربور.
And they're saying Iran should restart the war because of this. I'm just telling you that right now.
شباب سلخوا المجمع عيانا والشهداء مليانه هون فيش 10 شهداء.
This is Beirut. Or Lebanon. Let's say Lebanon. It's not just Beirut.
هون في حدا؟ انتبه ما يطلع شيء فوقنا.
Cray. Now, do you think, how long did before Iran says, screw this? They're hitting Hezbollah. Because a part of it is not touching their proxies. And you know the blame is going to be toward Israel 100%. 100%. And you got to wonder if the president is talking, I don't know, what is this now? You got to wonder if the president is calling Bibi, stop it. You're jeopardizing the ceasefire. It's all Lebanon. So yes. Oh, absolutely, Jonathan. The president, I wouldn't be surprised on the call with Bibi and saying, knock it off. You're jeopardizing the ceasefire. Oh, Jesus Christ, tell me, Jimmy, he didn't say that. The Iranian people were oppressed by the previous regime and they will have a new opportunity with this regime. Oh, that's delusional. They are delusional. If he said that, that is a delusional statement. That is delusional. Oh my God. Who do they think is running Iran? Do they think that one leader represents everything? The mullahs and clerics in the parliament are having a field day with this. Oh, he believes that this person speaks for all of us. Let's keep doing that. He's believing that. It's so blatantly, how would I say this? The gullibility, the naivete, and just the blatant stupidity to believe that the regime, is that what they're going to try to sell us? is that the people of Iran now have an opportunity with a new regime, this so-called regime change. This is sick. What's going on?
Hey, Bill, I'm about to merge Anna in so you can walk her through her sending me the admin privileges.
Okay.
To merge her into the call. Anna? Hi. Bill?
What's up? All right, so
Okay.
Jake,
Can you walk her through it, Bill, and send me admin?
hold on.
It should be a 6-digit code, dude.
Yes. A 6-digit code should be sent to the email that Anna has access to. Then Anna provides you with the 6-digit code, and then you get access to as an admin.
Well, let's see if it happens before we let you go, Bill.
Yeah, no, I'm going to stay here until we see if this works.
Okay, great. Because last time you took
I
my
thought
new
last
email.
time we didn't do John. We gave Anna. We said
Yeah.
we added Anna.
Yes, exactly. Anna is now a owner of that account, not just John. Her. I do not have access. She has access to whether it's the search warrant, email, or whatever it is to get that code.
Well, how do I do it? Let's say we don't use John. How do I get on to get a code for
Again, anyone puts in the email associated, the J Sneddon one. Then when he puts that email into StreamYard, it will ask for a 6-digit code. You must check the email, your email. I don't know which one you have it associated with. And you'll see the 6-digit code there, and then you give it to Jake.
Yeah, go to your code. Go to your email.
Yeah, exactly.
And you got a new email.
I'm there. I mean, my email is onesearchwarrant@gmail. Remember?
All right, so check it.
I am. I'm here. Nothing's wrong.
It might take a minute or two for the code to appear.
I thought this is. I mean, just correct me. If I go on StreamYard.com, it says to me like, okay, good, log in. Right?
Then you would do the same thing as Jake is doing. You would do it to yourself. You would put the email in and then look at your email for the code to get yourself in.
Just tell me about this. If I could do something here. It's got account, home, live stream, recording, on your webinar, upcoming, past. Is that where I would try to get a code?
No. Email is where you'll find the code.
Okay, so I can't go to StreamYard.com and just
No.
get a code.
No.
Okay.
So John got a copy of this code too right now, right?
Let me think about that one. Yes.
I thought we did it on our own.
There are 2 admins that have the absolute control over that channel. I'm going to it right now.
Okay, yeah. See, one is called Search Warrant.
Hold on.
That's what I thought we did that.
Hold on. I should have made myself the admin. That's what I should have done. To stop this confusion. Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna try to get into that account. I may just do that now if it's possible. Take you off, Anna, and give it to myself.
Well, why take me off if I'm
Because you're only allowed 2 owners.
Well, it says members, and I'm on the page, and it says member, and there's me, and there's John.
Okay, so that's what I mean. Now you must check your email to give Jake that code.
What do I? No, I'm on that page. I don't know what to do to get a code. I mean, I'm on their account. I'm on my account.
Forget about StreamYard. Don't look at StreamYard. Look at your email. StreamYard will not give you... StreamYard itself does not provide a code. You must go to the email to grab the code.
Yeah, but I mean, it's got my email here, so how do I get a code from StreamYard? How does John do it? How do you take
Again, I'll say it again. Check the email that's associated as you as a co-owner in there, and you should see that 6-digit code. Let me see. See, John is the owner, you're an admin, and I cannot add more. There's no seats left, so I can't add myself.
Let me see. You did it already. We already did it, right? So
That was before with the other station. That was different. This is John's account now.
No. You added me, and I can
Yes.
see it when I go on StreamYard. It's got 2 accounts, John's and mine. And I don't know what else to do there. How to get it.
Again, all you simply have to do is check the email associated to the StreamYard account that you have, search warrant, and you should have gotten an email with a 6-digit code, StreamYard login code, it will say. And then you provide that code to Jake.
Okay, you know what I think I'm missing is like the beginning thing. I'm gonna, talk to me like I'm 5. I'm on the first page, right? And I'm just gonna read. I got on StreamYard.com, right?
Don't go to StreamYard.com. You don't have to be there. Go to your email, Gmail, whatever it is.
Yeah, well, it's not there yet. Oh yeah, there it is. It's there. You're right. Okay. 975-204.
There you go, Jake.
Thank you there.
Jake? All right.
That code expired, so you need a new code.
Yeah, because it was over 15 minutes. So do it again. Request the new code. She'll keep an eye on her email, and then she'll give you the code.
It hasn't been 15 minutes. It's just 2 minutes ago on my.
The email might say 2 minutes ago, but we've been discussing this. There's a time limit for the code to work. So, Jake, you got to redo it again and put in.
I'm do Jake's 24 and
And then, Anna, keep an eye on
I'm
you.
going to log in.
Correct.
And, all right, I'm waiting for the next code, Anna. You should be getting the code on your email.
Correct.
Okay. I don't understand why it says 2 minutes here. And it's
Don't worry about that. You should be getting another new code.
Okay. Waiting for the code. Okay. I'll learn more about this then too. I'll read the
Now, do you have a title and description for today?
What I'm going to try to do, Bill, if I don't do it by myself, I'm going to see if I can find an hour video that you can just play.
All right. All right. Then you're going to. Okay, listen to me. If that's the case, you're going to have to send me, because it has to be uploaded onto StreamYard to air. So, I would suggest you use. I'm going to text it to you, Jake. This is the site that can fit up to 5 gigabytes for free. Hold on. I want you to use this and send it to me via email.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me go to your contact.
And did it come through yet?
Not yet. I'm waiting.
Okay.
Okay. It is this. It's.
You said you were texting, right?
Yeah, I'm doing it now. Just look for this.
I'm on the computer waiting for the code right now.
Yeah, that's for her, but I need you to do this for me.
Okay.
Go to this. Transfer.pcloud. You see what it says? Send large files up to 5 gigabyte.
Yeah, transfer.p. Hold on, let me go back. Transfer.pcloud.com.
Yes. So you're going to attach whatever hour video to that and send it to me via email. But once it completes the download, the upload, I mean, it's going to ask you to verify your email. So you must go to your email to verify that so the file actually goes through. Follow?
Okay, you talk about my email, not your email. Send it to your email, but verify
No,
it on my email.
it has to be on your email. So once you upload that file to me, it's going to say verify your email. Go to your email, confirm it, and then the file will be transferred. It will be completed. Then I can grab it and upload it onto StreamYard to air today.
Okay, got you.
Did you get the code yet?
No. So
Refresh.
I keep refreshing.
That's odd that it's taking this long.
That's why I'm odd with that other one because I don't think we were 15 minutes old. I really don't.
It's very odd.
Nothing still.
I'll kill the 7-year-old girl.
Do you have a show in mind that you want to air? Is it?
No. Then when I'm done this, I'm gonna look through some old shows and stuff like that. I'll get a good one.
Because, dude, if it's from the old station, I can literally download it myself. You don't have to send it to me. I could just grab it and do it there. But I'm gonna have to edit it because I have to take out the old station's commercials. Do you understand?
Yeah, I got you.
And I'll put
If I
the
see something from KGRA, I'll
right.
tell you about that. I'll get it to you early so you have time to edit it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put in the new intro and outro and take out the commercial ad set and just run it straight. So I have to do some editing on it. So definitely get that title, whatever show you pick, ASAP, so I have time to do what I got to do.
I definitely will get it to you immediately.
Good. No code yet?
No.
All right.
Refreshing like crazy.
We don't need to worry about this code issue right now. You could
I
try.
want to get it now while we have it, Bill. So I should have did it when we was on it that day, because just in case we have more problems. While we
Yeah, that's true. Moving on to the future, because I know Greg has access.
Yeah, he's not gonna be around next week either, probably.
Yeah, he told me that.
Yeah, we all want to be able to get this, even me, separately, everybody, because we're all.
All right, no code yet. That's bizarre.
No. Then what happened?
Hit that little loop thing up top of your screen, Anna.
Oh, I am?
First.
I'm refreshing like crazy. I'm doing it every 2 seconds.
Wow.
So. I still got the old one, 975-204, and it said it's
I
out.
put that one at 975-204, and that's it. That expired. And I can't do that. Oh shoot! Hope I ain't screwed up. I'll just see if I can back out. Yeah, I can back out. Okay, good.
Yeah, it's still not there. I don't understand it. Why it's taking so long. And I'm refreshing like crazy. Huh? Nothing.
Jason24@gmail.com.
Maybe do it again? I don't know.
Try it again, Jake.
Yeah, because it's too long.
Jay. I don't want to call John. I don't think know where he's at. He might be in the hospital.
Yeah, one code came in at 9:06 a.m. So it did work, but it just didn't work fast enough.
Jason24@gmail.com. Enter. Okay, I just did it again.
All right. Now, since I'm another owner, could you put mine, like the one search warrant at gmail.com?
No.
That one too?
Whatever you have as your email when we set this up is the one you must use. You just got the code, but it expired, so that is the one you want to focus on. Because it did work.
Well, I understand what she's saying. Let me try this. And what's your search warrant code?
It's the number 1.
That is true. You're using John's. It's going to John's. You got to use her email. That is
unsearchedfor@gmail.com.
that's probably the reason. That is probably the reason she's not getting them.
Move this
Exactly.
wide bit. There you go.
Oh, thank gosh.
Ready?
It's 53.
535217.
Yep.
Okay. Now let me go to. You have all the things you can do.
Yes.
I don't have that on this one because it's probably because it says you have no upcoming streams.
Exactly. A stream has to be set up in order for you to enter the studio to see all that.
Okay, got you. All right, so I got that. I'm gonna keep myself logged in.
Yes.
Hold on, let me write this down so we can do this in the future.
You can't write that down. Write down her
No, not the code. I just want to write Anna's
email.
let's get
Yes.
log myself out.
Yes.
Yeah.
One.
Now, don't forget, text me the title and description and approximate date, if possible, when you find the show you want me to rerun.
Yeah, I'll get you the whole, I'll give you a screenshot.
Okay, that's even better. Yeah, that's better. All right, you guys work it out because I gotta run and do some stuff.
I got it. Unsearchedfor@gmail.com.
Yes. You got it.
But we got it stretch.
All right, see you guys later. Hit me up if you need me.
And if there's any changes, I'll let you know.
Okay, Bill, goodbye.
You too.
Just a second.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay.
Oh, that was tough. That was tough. Oh my gosh. Financial returns the Saudi Arabian East-West pipeline was struck by Iranian drones today. They're being so, I mean, they're testing the president's resolve here. They're saying he's not going to do anything. If that's true, what you just put in there, Lorenzo, that they hit the Saudi Arabian East-West pipeline that goes probably to the Red Sea with drones, that's it. There's no more talk here. They're showing they're aggressive. They're striking out. The ceasefire is over. Now, what's he going to do about it? That is cray-cray if that is true, what you just put in chat, Lorenzo. This is, you got to remember, it's fragile. You like my cap? It's so fragile because you're not just dealing with an Israeli-Iranian ceasefire. You're dealing with the whole fucking region as a ceasefire. How long do you think that lasts? There's so many variables here. It's so fragile. I mean, you're talking about multiple countries involved in this region for the ceasefire. You think that's going to last, realistically? Do you? And what does he do about it? Stand by and let it happen and ignore that the ceasefire has been broken? Just to try to get a deal? Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Could you imagine he says nothing? Like he ignores what's going on? Like it's not going on. Nothing to see. Nothing's going on. Everything's fine. Pretending like everything's fine. It's over. If that's true, it's over. Now what does he do? Because now you now the same way the Iranians were striking their Arab neighbors, you're not going to be there for the Arab countries, though you say that I speak for all the countries in the region. Well, if you do, they're getting hit right now. What are you going to do about it? I guess you don't speak for them, do you? Oh my God. I can't. You guys are making my blood is boiling. I got to make another call. Hold on. I got to find out what's going on because in a way I'm glad because I don't have to do a live show today. But another way, now I got editing work to do. Hold on, I got to mute. Okay, that took care of that. Now you just wait. Oh, committed. Yeah, well, we seen the evidence. They say it was the biggest strike in Lebanon since this whole thing started. Now I'm wondering if, because that happened, Iran retaliated against Saudi Arabia. Because it seems like every time something happened, they took it out on the Arab countries. This is so crazy. We carried out the largest strike, yes, against Hezbollah since Operation, yes. Oh, the pager operation. Let me see if anything else is coming out on Telegram. Telegram is on fire right now. Those are alerts.
Manara, Margaliot, Kiryat Shemona.
Alerts coming into Israel. It's over. Holy shit. That didn't last fucking long. That's got to be Hezbollah. That has to be Hezbollah. It is. It's to the north. It's definitely Hezbollah. They're retaliating. It's over. I'm saying the ceasefire is over. But again, just think, who's going to get the blame? Who's going to get the blame for breaking the ceasefire? Who? Come on. Who's going to get the blame? And you thought you lived in a crazy country? It's Iran that's doing it, Jimmy? Is it really? Because it's not saying on the screen right now. Is it Iran that's sending? It just disappeared. Because it doesn't say on my end. I would have thought it came from the north because it's in northern Israel. I'm assuming that. So you're saying the alerts are coming from Iran. I got to look at IDF. IDF. Rocket fire from Lebanon. Just came out. Sirens sound the northern border of city of Kiryat Shmona and surrounding towns, warning of rocket fire from Lebanon. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. So Jimmy, no. The IDF just put that out. But what is this? Look at this. The UAE. Today. 4/8. The Ministry of Defense announced that on April 8th, UAE Air Defense has engaged 17 ballistic missiles and 35 UAVs launched from Iran. That's it. Done. Right there. They fucking broke the ceasefire. Look. This is coming from the UAE. Since the onset of the blatant Iranian attacks, UAE defense has engaged a total. We know that. We know that. On April 8th, today, UAE defense has engaged 17 ballistic missiles and 35 drones launched from Iran. Done deal. And they did attack that Levant. What was the name of that place they hit? Lebanese Red Cross reports that over 300 have been killed in the wave of Israeli airstrikes. Oh my God. One of the targets struck in Beirut was an assassination attempt against Hezbollah's Secretary General, Sheikh Naim Qassem, but he was not present in the targeted building. Channel 12 is saying that. This is the other side putting this out, by the way. And we know about the rocket fire. Holy shit. More than 55 villages in southern Lebanon were hit by Israeli airstrikes. Wow. It's just a powder keg. It's ready to... It's not going to last. The UAE got hit. Well, attempted. I have the alert on just in case, and that's why. There are so many nuances to this. I didn't even realize. Plus, fresh firepower is still coming. Yeah. Okay, wait. There's another one. Hold on. Hold on. Little confusion here. Manny Fabian said, sirens sound in the northern border of city of Kiryat. Okay, the rocket sirens that sounded in the northern border cities a short while ago were activated due to the attempted interception of a suspected drone. The interceptor missiles triggered the rocket sirens. The IDF says the result of the interception are under review. So it wasn't actually rockets, it was a drone, but it triggered incoming rockets. This is the interpretation I'm getting from many. Yes, Lorenzo, interception. But it wasn't rockets. They're saying it was drones. And it's under review now. I am sitting here freezing. It was 24 degrees this morning. And I don't have no fire on. It is insane how cold it was overnight last night. In the middle of almost April now. I had to have the pool running all night to prevent it from my hoses and pump and everything freezing. It's going to be 29 tonight. Below freezing again. Then that should be it. I'm freezing sitting here. I can't have any more coffee because I'm done. This is crazy. So let me ask you all this question. Just say it by like this. Let's see. Still idiots. I agree. Definitely agree. Idiots. And can we get to the fact that ET aircraft have been destroyed by Iran missiles? What's going to replace them? You can't rebuild them. Nobody knows what's going to replace them. Yeah, it's pathetic. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. This is spinning out of control. This is spinning. This is what happens when you appease a regime that can't be trusted. They're terrorists. How the F are you trusting this? How the F are you saying there's regime change? How the F are you telling us and trying to convince us everything's fine now? We can work a deal with these people. Oh, give me a break. Yeah, Navy mom. And I'm praying for, you know what I'm praying for, and I don't want to put that out there. But you know what I'm praying for, Navy mom, for you. Oh, hold on. More coming out from the other side. Oh, it's coming from head of the Iranian Parliament National Security and Foreign Policy Committee. This is where the power is. They have a big fucking power role with the IRGC and the Mouse Jr. Nothing gets done without their approval, by the way. So remember when that statement came out about the 10-point and they released something last night? It's coming from them. Everything has to go through them. People don't realize that. The head of the Iranian Parliament's National Security and Foreign, nothing goes through without their approval. So all this talk about who they're talking to is bullshit. This is what I mean. There is multiple layers of control within Iran. It's not just one person or two. There are multiple roles within the regime. I don't understand do we understand this, or are we that stupid? I'm going to tell you this right now. This makes me question the people that were put in the administration. I have to say, I question it. This is what happens when you put in people that have no experience, no background. This is what happens. And it's also what happens when you get rid of the people that have the fucking experience. This is what happens. It's a fucking circus. It's a clown show. This is what happens. But after the Israeli aggression on Lebanon, all plans to open the Strait of Hormuz must immediately cease until there are assurances that Lebanon is included in the ceasefire. The brothers in Hezbollah have fought alongside us, giving martyrs for the cause and suffered enough oppression and hardship. There is either a ceasefire on all fronts or a ceasefire nowhere at all. There you go. Now, how does the president react to this? He's calling Bibi. Stop! Stop! You're going to tell the Israelis how to defend their own country? Their own sovereign right to protect themselves? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to tell them to stop?
Home Front Command update. Incident ended. The incident has ended in the following areas.
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has unfollowed Trump and Netanyahu. I wouldn't doubt it. If he feels abandoned, the people of Iran feel worse. They feel abandoned, betrayed. Do you blame them? They were told a story. We're locked, loaded, and ready. If they kill people in whatever, we're locked, loaded, and ready. Help is on the way. Go out into the streets and protest. Take back the institutions. All that was worth nothing. Words matter. When people in these power positions say things, the whole world is paying attention. And when you say things and you don't carry through with them, you are an embarrassment. Oh, God, I agree, Jonathan. I agree. I agree with you. That's what I said earlier. They're probably on the phone before this even all came out. They're probably on the phone. All of us. This is why I said the people in this chat, and yes, there's going to be people that disagree with the majority of what we're talking about right now. The majority of you is always going to be balanced. That's part of the way it is. The vast majority see this for what it is. Bullshit. I get that vibe coming from looking at chat. The majority of us see this as just straight up bullshit. What's going on? Bullshit. They're trying to tell us a story to believe it and being gaslit. We're being fucking gaslit. I hate to use the language. I'm sorry. We're being gaslit. Fox Fars News reports that Iran is filing a response to the Israeli ceasefire violations in Lebanon. Here we go. Oh, it just came out here when you said that. You're watching this, aren't you? Lorenzo, it just came out on my screen. Breaking. Iran is preparing a military response to the Israeli aggression carried out in Lebanon. Fars. I just seen it here. It confirms what you just said. It's not even going to last 24 hours. Maybe not even 12. Wait. We don't even know when the official ceasefire started, do we? Look at my hair. Look at this. I look like a wreck. Well, that's the chair. I thought it was my hair. False identification triggers sirens, now they're saying. I wonder how long until we see the early warning alerts. That's why I turned it back on. That's why I turned it back on. That's why I was like, oh shit. But it was a false, they're saying now it was a false alarm. And interceptor missiles were launched following a false identification, triggering sirens. I say we see something within hours today. Well, it depends on what the president responds. You have to know. I mean, you guys are very smart in this chat. I have to say, I give you guys all a lot of credit because you're on point. He's got to be on the phone with Bibi right now. Don't do anything else in Lebanon. You're jeopardizing the ceasefire. Now, Iran is claiming they're going to retaliate somehow, militarily. What does the president do? He's going to come out with a statement like he said in the bath. They both need to fucking stop. Because they're jeopardizing the ceasefire. And you know a lot of people are going to blame the Israelis for this. And you know it's going to be all over the media. They're going to portray it like this. Israel doesn't want to stop the war. They want to continue the war. So they're going to purposely break the ceasefire to drag us back into a war. Am I saying something that you don't think is going to happen soon on the media fronts? You know it is. Who's going to get the blame? Iran or Israel? Israel's going to get the blame. No doubt, in my mind. None. I'll predict that shit now. And I'm sure a lot of you will probably agree. Maybe you won't. We'll see. This ceasefire has got to... It's done. In my opinion, it's done. Remember the convoy trucks from Azerbaijan? Allegedly carrying Russian weapons. There's already reports that the Chinese and Russians are sending... They said it to the UN. We're sending in humanitarian aid for reconstruction. Meanwhile, it's probably military equipment. They already said it to the UN, both of them, China and Russia. They told the UN. Within 24 hours, they're sending shipments in to Iran. Oh shit, he just sent me an email. Oh no. Here it is. What does he want me to play? The revolving door of corruption. Oh shit. Give me a second, guys. This show is with retired agents, detectives. I work with a lot of current, former, like retired police officers and special agents. So, and military personnel. A bunch. That's who I was just talking to. He was a retired Philadelphia police officer. Great guy too. They're all awesome people. I am definitely a supporter of the people, law enforcement, first responders, etc. I'm all veterans. I'm a big supporter of that. Videos. How do I search the video? No videos found. How could that be? Uh-oh. I gotta search. I don't know if it's, they couldn't have taken them down. The revolving door of corruption. Oh boy. There it is. I found it. Thank God. And I got to copy. And use this special software to download it. I have time to edit this up. The main thing is following finding it and downloading it. Give it 5 minutes. Good morning, Mike. Cage, I just have a feeling that the Dome of the Rock... Oh, God. Cage, I pray that doesn't happen. A security military force said Iran is finalizing plans for a deterrent operation against Israeli military positions in Israel in response to Israel's continued attacks on Lebanon, Hezbollah, I'm sure. Violations of the temporary ceasefire, including an attack on Beirut. I figured that. Tehran believes either the U.S. cannot control Netanyahu or CENTCOM has given Israel freedom of action. That's why they're on the phone. You have to think that the president called Bibi immediately. While it was going on. Not now. This call has probably happened already. Like I said. Look what Lorenzo just put in chat. You better rein in Netanyahu. You better rein him in. Otherwise, it's off. And Iran is probably going to retaliate. Iranian spokesman for National Security Committee. Either we have a ceasefire all fronts or no ceasefire at all. I just read that. But you're right. You are correct. Okay, this file is downloading. I can't share the screen at the moment because I got to do this. Oh, shit. I have to get the description for this show. Oopsie. Fuck. Let me go to history. Right there. Special guest. Okay. Copy. File is downloaded. I'll do it later. I have time. I need to save the title. I am freezing. I have to go get some wood. I am literally freezing in this room. What was the title? The Revolving Door of Corruption. Save. Okay, I'll deal with this in a little while. Anyway, getting back to this. Well, I think they need to work out a ceasefire with Israel and see how that goes. Didn't know we speak for them. Well, the president said that yesterday. And I speak for all the countries in the region in his post. So there was no communication. Israel violated the ceasefire. Of course they're going to get the blame. It's common. I mean, like I said, you guys are, let me tell you, like I say this, and I'm not saying this to kiss anyone's you know what. You guys are sharp. Your birthday's today? Happy birthday. Mine was a week ago. You just made me laugh, Mark. But you guys are sharp. No, I don't think nobody's pulling wool over your eyes. Let's just say that. Oh, here we go. Another one. A few just came out. IRGC Public Relations. And they're talking about an Israeli drone. Oh, shit. Here we go. A few minutes ago, an advanced Hermes 900 drone in the sky of Fars province was intercepted and destroyed by the fire of the IRGC's new aerospace defense systems under the control of the country's integrated air defense network. The entry of our enemy American Zionist aircraft. Does that sound like somebody who wants to make negotiations? The IRGC? Of our enemy American Zionist aircraft into the country's airspace, even without conducting military operations, is considered a violation of the ceasefire and will be met with a response. Oh, you said it, Lorenzo. You got to be watching the same thing I'm looking at, dude. You took my... I told you guys where I get my information, right? On Telegram and all that. Lorenzo's on it. Oh, Jesus. They're claiming now large rocket volleys launched from southern Lebanon. False alert. No attacks from Lebanon yet. Wow, there's a lot going on. Is Tusi going live? Oh, boy. He did abandon the Iranian people. Someone said that Reza Pahlavi unfollowed the president now, and Bibi Netanyahu. We're not shocked. We're just seeing it 10 times over. We've known what is going to happen. Same on all the other times. No, but still, trust me, there are still people that are in denial. They got the wool over their eyes. They refuse to see what's right in front of them, what's going on. Trust me, John. Trust me, there are still people in some kind of a denial of what's going on. I'm serious. Both you guys scroll up. Oh, man. Not for nothing. Because you know there's going to be people in denial. Trying to deny what's right in front of us, really. I am on Monitor X and on X and Discord, the Intel Chems. You guys are on it. Lorenzo, you're on it. Oh, there's more. I'm looking at Telegram because it's coming in like crazy. Telegram is like going crazy. Okay. Iran is finalizing plans to respond to Israel's ceasefire violations on Lebanon. A security military informed source told the official Fars news outlet that following Israel's continued violation of the temporary ceasefire against Lebanon and Hezbollah, Iran is in the process of finalizing to carry out deterrent operations against Israeli military positions in Israel. The source emphasized in Tehran the notion is being strengthened that the continuation of attacks by the regime, despite agreements on all fronts, indicates that either the U.S. cannot control Netanyahu or that the U.S. Central Command has granted freedom of action to the Zionist regime. I'm not surprised. 9 Stratocasters now in the air over the Middle East. Oh, Jesus. It didn't last long, huh? Oh, here's another one. Perfectly on track for Operation True Promise 5. They're already talking about hitting Iran. That's what the media for the regime said. Perfectly on track for Operation True Promise 5. We got to do something. Yeah, there's still people living on the rocks. Mike. Holy shit.
Bro, I'm gonna roll cigarettes.
Yes, please, because I have none now. 0. No, I have 1. All right, let me... Keep me posted, because I got to do some side work while I'm looking at all this stuff going on. So you guys got to keep me informed for the next 5 minutes. In response to traffic in Strait must be halted immediately and a decisive strike carried out to stop Israeli attacks. Wow. Wow. The president must be freaking out. He has to be freaking out. He cannot be happy with Netanyahu right now, to say the least. You would think, right? He must be going. He must be. I don't want to use the word. He must be quite upset, to say the least, right now. With Israel. And Bibi. Oh, could you imagine being the fly on the wall hearing that conversation? Yeah, it definitely looks inevitable, Navy Mom. Bill, I have something. Us and Iran reached 2 weeks ceasefire ahead of Trump's deadline. What? Bill, I have something. U.S. and Iran reached 2 weeks ahead of Trump's deadline. I'm a little confused on that one, Chris. Clarify. I'm confused, dude, right now, so it's not necessarily you. It's just that I'm confused right now. Reuters, flow through the oil pipeline that got attacked today in Saudi Arabia are expected to be affected. Not surprised, because they were trying to get that to the Red Sea. Not surprised. At all. All right, I gotta clip this out. Hold on a second. You might hear some audio. I don't have to let you hear audio. I don't have to hear the audio. I just gotta play the clip. Okay, there it is. I gotta clip this out right there. Clip. Delete. Now I gotta slide in the other intro, which I have no freaking clue where the heck it is. Oh my. Search warrant. What is this? That's it. I found it. Very good. That was easier than I thought. Okay, now I gotta do that. Now we gotta go almost an hour in and get rid of these ads. Where are the ads? Give me a minute. Okay, right there, I gotta take that out. Cut. Thanks.
Bro, I was gonna ask you, bro.
What?
Would you make a donation for a new notebook?
What, am I ordering this online? I'm going to a 99-cent store? What am I doing?
The same notebook from last time, the blue one that you ordered for me.
How much was this notebook?
I don't remember, bro. It was like no less than $10.
Go find out. Then come back, because I'm still live with the... There's a lot of crazy shit going on again. Kendrick.
Yeah?
A lot of crazy shit. The ceasefire doesn't look like it's going to last. Okay. Cut. Get this out. Delete. And now I got to take out the ending.
Again, you got to go to our website that we mentioned earlier. Jake, thank you very much. And Sandy, thank you very much.
Right there. Cut. Delete. Put this one in. And save. Export. What was the title? Right there. I'm gonna put it in the download folder. We're gonna have to do it in a little while.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah. Like, give me like an hour.
Okay. Wait, what was the last thing you said before? Before that things are going wild.
Yeah, they were supposed to be like a ceasefire. No one's supposed to do anything. Like nobody's gonna fire at each other. Already, it's people are firing at each other.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy. Matter of fact, wait. Let me just do it now for you.
No, dude.
No, it's all right. Let me do it now for you. This way I can get everything done. Amazon, tell me. Because I can't read that.
It's EM.
EM?
EM, yeah.
Wait. EM.
SHO.
That?
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
I think it's the first one.
This one?
To the left, no, down.
That one?
Yeah.
What color?
It gotta be navy, bro. But wait, we gotta get the right size. It gotta be A5. There you go. It's not perforate. Perforated will be with the. Yeah, it's good.
This one's good?
Mm-hmm.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
All right, done.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, back to the file is saving. All right, what's going on? Oh my God, you guys, I gotta catch up to you. Iranian Foreign Minister discusses ceasefire violations by Iran and Lebanon during a phone call with Pakistani army. Somebody mentioned that earlier. The party is starting. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Giovanno, I'll just say JJ. Is it JJ? No. I'll just say Giovanno if you don't mind. Yeah, it is crazy. Realistically, a lot is going on behind the scenes. Well, what will really be the determination here is if Iran launches attacks against Israel. So that's what they're putting out there. If that happens, ceasefire is definitely done. You think Israel's not going to respond to get into Iran? They're going to hit Iran again. Maybe Israel can finish the war by themselves. Lebanese Red Cross. I saw a number, Jonathan, that was more than that. Lebanon, the country with the most beautiful beaches in the Mediterranean, but Iran has turned it into hell on earth. Rubio and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte are now in a meeting by the Department of State. Who cares? I mean, really? I would like to see what Rubio says, because I find everything Rubio says is, to just my opinion, it's well thought out, but he's also got to follow in line with the administration. I wonder, that's the one thing. Even he's in a certain position in the administration, but in one's mind, are you really? He's a team player. He's going to be a team player, but down deep inside, does he think the direction is right or wrong? Publicly, but privately, you know what I'm saying?
Yankees new star.
Alexa, stop. Urgent Reuters. Iranian Foreign Minister informs Pakistan that Iran will respond to ceasefire violations. Iran will punish Israel in response to the crime it committed in Lebanon. It's done. Somewhere I read that the world was supposed to be upset with Israel because of their actions. Biblical or something. Well, Alexa, stop. There's no doubt in my mind. Not everyone, I can't never say everyone. A vast majority are going to shift the blame of what happens to the end of this ceasefire, which looks likely. The blame is going to be on Israel. a vast majority are going to blame Israel for the ceasefire, including the president. Now, this is the problem. Here's the bigger problem. Did not anybody make it clear that Israel is not to hit Lebanon? Did the president not tell Netanyahu part of the ceasefire is you do not fire into Lebanon? Or was that not brought up? How does this happen? Or did Israel just say, screw that, we're going to do what we got to do? I would like to know how this all played out. Because in the post yesterday, we should go to his post. He said, he mentioned like he was speaking for all the other countries. Does that not include Israel? Like I said, it just gets more and more and more and more bizarre. It really is. It just gets more bizarre. Okay, he hasn't replied since his tariff post, threatening to tariff countries that supply military supplies to Iran. That's laughable in itself. It really is. It is laughable. Like they care. I can't, when I read it, I cringe all over. Look, this was part of the statement yesterday. Almost all the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. Really? Almost all of the past contention has been agreed to between the United States and Iran? But a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consumed. On behalf of the United States of America as president, and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. He said it. And also representing the countries in the Middle East. Is Israel not part of that? That's what he said in his Truth Social post yesterday. It's what he said in the post. Right there. And also representing the countries of the Middle East. Right there. I guess Israel wasn't part of that. No? Yes? Maybe? So was there a breakdown in communication, or did Israel just say, screw that, we're going to hit them? Yeah, this is, I wouldn't be surprised some shit goes down. If Iran strikes Israel, or do we wait for Iran to strike Israel? What is the president going to do now? Reuters, Saudi oil pipeline Red Sea attacked by Iran. But I don't know if that's a new attack, because there was an earlier report of that. The East-West, somebody mentioned it in chat. The East-West pipeline was hit by drones, by Iranian drones. Is that a new one, or is that an old one? Nothing is moving through the strait. They said they might do it tomorrow or Friday, but that was before all this happened in Lebanon. The American and Iranian negotiations delegation will arrive on Friday. Really? What? What? Are they... I mean, somebody said it earlier. Are we dealing with two parallel existences here? So you're going to go meet in Pakistan with the Iranians despite Iran possibly targeting Israel after they hit Lebanon, and Iran attempted to launch missiles toward the UAE after the UAE responded to a oil facility, and Saudis are getting their pipeline hit, and you're still gonna meet and negotiate with the Iranians on Friday in Pakistan? Something is crazy. That looks like desperation to try to make this work. That shows weakness. It's like you'll do anything to end this, I guess. They're looking at the damage from the past. Okay. Dandy said the parallel world comment. Dude. I'm almost going to watch Stranger Things again. And going to the upside down. I may have to get a Stranger Things t-shirt and modify it. We're living in the upside down. I may have to make a shirt. We're living in the upside down. Oh my God. Yeah, and we'll make them an offer they can't refuse. Like The Godfather. Oh God. More is coming out. Let's see. Telegram is going cray-cray. U.S. and Israel set out ambitious, this comes from the Times of Israel, vital goals. As of the ceasefire, none have been achieved. The war halts with the U.S. president hailing what is only a tactical victory and impossibly expecting a deal in 2 weeks to impose terms on the weakened but emboldened Iranian regime. I agree with that. They are weakened but emboldened. They are emboldened right now. That is a true statement. They may be weakened, but they're emboldened now. And what somebody else wrote, Iranian foreign minister has informed his Pakistani counterparts that Iran will respond to the ceasefire violations. Wait a minute. So the other side just put this out. The foreign minister discusses violations, you know, what I just read, and then they put, this unfortunately tells me Iran likely won't respond. Look, we addressed it, but let's wait and see. That's not what the IRGC said. See what I mean? There's so much confusion that comes out of Iran. You don't know what the hell to trust or believe in. Foreign minister is saying one thing, the national security is saying another, the IRGC is making a different statement. Who the hell do we believe? Or who do we talk to? This is why. This is crazy. It's actually crazy. It is crazy. I have to be honest. I did not think I was gonna game today. I was gonna relax and get off. You know what I mean? Like, take my mind off all this. But just when I thought I was out, they dragged me back in. Another Godfather. Was it The Godfather? Yeah, I think it was. It was Godfather 3. You started it. Whoever made that mafia point started that. I'm just saying. Oh, there's a lot of people upset, Carla. There's a lot of people. I mean, and look, this is, I have to laugh because I deal with insanity with laughter. That's my adaptive coping response. But it's not a laughing situation by any means. But I can't do anything because the situation is so cray-cray. You know what? It's like that certain laugh, like, oh my God. Iran's armed forces sought to reassure regional countries while warning the United States and Israel against further action, saying any new mistake would trigger a response more devastating and deadlier than before. Holy fuck. The IRGC's coming out with stuff. Iran reassures neighbors, warns U.S. and Israel against new mistake. How could they reassure their neighbors if they struck Saudi Arabia and attempted to attack UAE? How is that reassuring? That's one heck of a reassurance. 20 minutes ago, Iran reassures neighbors, warns U.S. against new mistake. Well, is Hezbollah Lebanon attack a mistake? Any new mistake would trigger a response more devastating and deadly than before. The General Staff of Iran's Armed Forces and blah, blah, blah headquarters said they were closely monitoring all U.S. and Israeli military movements in the region. And we already read that. The statement also stressed that Iran does not view regional states as adversaries. It sure doesn't look like it. You're attacking them. We are not and will not be a threat to the countries in the region. What kind of a fucking lie is that? They just did. Oh, what is that?
Alarm. Netwa. Shtula.
That's probably coming in from Lebanon. Where is it? Am I using the wrong thing here? SoFar.com. Oh, fuck. I'm probably using the wrong browser. Hold on. I am. Let's see. Yep, it's in northern. There's probably a response from Hezbollah. It's right there on the northern border. So it's probably coming in from southern Lebanon. Red alert. Crazy. Crazy. Rocket fire from Lebanon, I figured that. Makes sense. What? Oh, that was highlights from yesterday. Look at this shit. Oh my God, look what Pete Hegseth said. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said on Wednesday he hoped that the Iranian people would take advantage of what he described as a new opportunity. What new opportunity? With the current regime intact? While stressing it was not a U.S. objective to drive internal change. But you're saying it was regime change, but now you're saying it was not the U.S. objective to drive internal change. So which is the one? We didn't do it? It wasn't our objective to create change in Iran? Or I thought there was regime change. I would love to see the Iranian people take advantage of this opportunity. He said the Iranians have been oppressed and subjected to horrible things, adding that internal change was not our objective in this effort. Tell that to the Iranian people. That's disgusting. That's laughable. Oh my God. The regime is still intact. IRGC is pulling all the... How are those people supposed to rise up? They'll be slaughtered. There's no change. Oh, so you got technically rid of the mouse? There's no change. Look what they're saying right now. Parliament members are speaking out right now. I said that from the beginning. The core is still there. The ideology is still there. You changed nothing. Yeah, technically you got rid of the Ayatollah, which was the Israelis. So what? What's changed? This is not Venezuela. This is an ideology. It's an Islamic revolution. The head of all the proxies. If they want to fight, they have to fight if they want their country. If they all attacked at once and took their weapons from them, sounds like a great plan. Until the Iranians come out with all their militia groups and militia groups from other countries and military aircraft, helicopters, whatever they have left, and start slaughtering their people. How quickly do you think that'll be turned back? How many lives will be? Unless somehow the United States has been supplying an Israel weaponry for the people to fight back, they have no chance. None. Now that I'm hearing that Russia and China are sending them more stuff, they're rearming them. I don't know. I hope you're right. I hope you're right, Jason. I really do. I hope you're right. We are committed to the exclusivity of weapons and extending the state's authority over all Lebanese territories. Is he saying he's going to try to take Hezbollah out of the equation? What does he mean by that? So, though you said earlier, about an hour ago, the Financial Times put this out, I thought they were going to be nice to their neighbors. This was a little while ago. A pumping station on the 1,200-kilometer pipeline was struck at about 1 p.m. local time on Wednesday. Well, that's after the ceasefire was declared. Damage still being assessed. Reported attack came hours after Iran and the United States agreed to ceasefire on Tuesday evening. The pipeline has become an economic lifeline for the kingdom. Saudi Aramco rerouted exports to the Red Sea to avoid the Strait of Hormuz. So much for their lie saying they're going to respect their neighbors. It's sick. They lie. That's all they do is lie and deceive. They can't be trusted. Negotiations, how are you trusting them to negotiate? We've been down this before. Only to prolong and delay, regroup. This is sick. It's like I said, it's a cycle that we keep trying to go over, to do anything we can to get out of this situation. I think at this point, the United States is so desperate to find an off-ramp, they will do anything and ignore other things to make it happen. It literally is an act. It looks like an act of desperation. It makes us look so weak. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing to me. I mean, it's crazy. Pakistan's media in the recent U.S.-Iran 2-week ceasefire stated the agreement, covers Lebanon. It did? They're saying that it did cover Lebanon and Hezbollah? But Israel explicitly rejected this and proceeded with attacks anyway. See? I told you Israel's going to get the blame. There's no way Ayatollah Khomeini was killed like he was in his own compound at such a dangerous time. No way. Keep hearing U.S. objectives, stop nuclear enrichment, get nuclear enrichment material limit on ballistic missiles, stop supporting proxies. Yep. The press conference was reassuring when they said they are committed to staying in the region and make sure they agree to the terms. Yeah, we're going to go down this hole again. That's reassuring. You gave them a delay to regroup, get more shit from China and Russia, and still intimidate the region. Oh, that's fine. We're staying. He is still not buried. UN Security Council Middle East envoy has, I saw that, arrived in Iran, like the UN. Give me a break. Oh, I'll tell you right now, this is out of control. Out of control. A senior Iranian official to Al Jazeera: we will punish Israel in response to the crime it committed in Lebanon and the violation of the ceasefire conditions. The ceasefire includes the region, and Israel is knowingly breaking its promises. Only bullets will deter it. This is such a bullshit desperation on the president's act. This is the most weakest I've never seen. I've never been so embarrassed in my life by an administration. Never. Not even with Obama and Biden. This is the worst. They're appeasing to Iran. They're believing in Iran. They're trusting Iran. They're falling for it. They're giving them a window.
Home Front Command update. Incident ended. The incident has ended in the following areas.
Netwa, Shtula.
Yeah, right. The people against the armed trained militia, that will go well. Iran needs launchers. They need trained people. It's the same for radars. This is a war of frequencies, and the F-35 was made for that. The S-400 was made for the planes. It's classic air defense. Well, like I said, Russia and China approached the UN today and said they're sending in, within 24 hours, aid for reconstruction. Who's buying that? Who's buying that? It's already starting. Tasmin quoted a source: Iran will withdraw from the agreement if Israel continues to violate. So if Israel continues to violate. So they're going to give them a pass on this one? With its attack on Lebanon. If, the key word there, they will withdraw if Israel continues to violate. So are they going to give Israel a pass on this one? That's what I'm reading out of that, Lorenzo. So any future? Breaking here again from the other side. A source also tells Tasnim that Iran is preparing a retaliatory response to the Israeli attacks on Lebanon, and that if the cease violations continue, Iran will cancel the agreement and not attend talks in Islamabad. You know the president is talking to Bibi right now. Probably screaming and going absolutely batshit crazy. They're repeating it on their other outlet. Oh my God. Oh God, thank God I didn't go live on TikTok. I would have been done. Oh. Oh my gosh, thank God I didn't go live on TikTok. It would have been done. Banned forever. Yeah, that's what it says here too. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said on Wednesday the ceasefire with Iran was only a temporary halt and forces remain ready to resume operations. A ceasefire is a pause. That's what ceasefires usually are. Duh. The joint force remains ready to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision. He said the military hoped Iran would choose a lasting peace. We've been down this trail, we've been down this road, same old, back to square one, and you allowed Iran to regroup, probably get resupplied, dig out tunnels that were buried with their missile cities, regroup, and we're back to the same old bullshit we were back in when we started this. It's insane. It really is insane. Insane. And the military's got to say that. They're standing by. Of course they are. We're ready. When the commander-in-chief gives us the order, we're ready. That's their job. That's their role. We are standing by. We are ready. No duh. That reassures me. Oh my God. I don't even know. I'm like so... Kane said on Wednesday the United States would continue to monitor movements of Iranian military forces. Of course they are. Do you think they're not just going to stop paying attention to what's going on in Iran and collect intelligence and data? Of course not. That would be stupid. Ceasefire will be over by tonight, I'd say at this point. I have to say, I'm leaning toward this not lasting very long. An informed source in conversation with Tasmin, Iran will exit the agreement. Yeah, I just read that. You know what I'm really pissed at? Myself, because I believe Trump and Hegseth. Hegseth sounded like a real, I won't say that, this morning. These people trusted Trump. They effing trusted in him. You know what? I said this days ago. I will not be gaslit. I refuse to be gaslit. And what's going on right now is the biggest gaslight fire I've ever witnessed. And like I said, I don't want to hear about Obama. I don't want to hear about Biden. I don't want to hear about nothing. Because this could go down as one of the most reckless, irresponsible actions by an administration in decades. Not only putting our people at risk, which some gave up their lives, putting Iran in a better position, even though they've been decimated militarily, but the regime survives, and then admitting that they control the Strait, and then having the balls to say they're going to pay charges for tolls. That wasn't the situation before this all started. The golden age of what? Of trade starting again? That's what he put? There was a golden age before this started, before you started this. Oh, so now we're going back to normal, but it's not going to go back to normal. So what the hell happened here? What happened to locked, loaded, and ready? Help is on the way. Go out and protest. Take back the institutions. You just abandoned all those people. This is sad. Think about this. Let me show you something. Now, Iran is pushing this. Let's take a calculator. Okay, let's take a calculator on the screen. Remember, they say Biden gave them billions of dollars, which was frozen assets, by the way. That was Iranian money, actually. That was frozen. It wasn't like we gave them money. That was frozen Iranian assets, to be clear. Let's just do something quick, because I'm sick. I got to get off because I'm feeling sick. So let's just say the one represents $1 million because they said supposedly they're going to charge $2 million a ship, but they're splitting it with Oman. So say they get one. Now, there's 100 ships that travel on normal basis through the Strait. So let's put a 0, 0. That's $100 million per day Iran would get by charging tolls. Then multiply that, of course, by 365. And remember, that represents millions. So they'll make 36 billion. They're going to make tens of billions of dollars. Don't tell me about millions, billions of money that Iran was given, because you are giving them a money line. If this happens, if that somehow this goes through and they charge tolls, that's tens of billions of dollars. 10 a year. Where do you think that money's going? That's just on the tolls. Forget about the oil revenue. That's just on tolls. If that toll shit sticks, that is an absolute disaster. That wasn't the case before this started. This is after the fact. Yes, 100 ships a day at 2 million, but they said they're splitting it with Oman. That's, even though, just say 100 million a day. 700 million per week. 1.4 billion every 2 weeks. 2.8 billion every month. Do the math. So I don't want to hear it. If that is agreed upon, I am so fucking done. We cannot make excuses. And I thought we were the winners. Do winners give away these and appease? And it doesn't look like we won, does it? It looks like Iran holds all the fucking cards. Oh, but they begged for a ceasefire. Really? Looks like you're begging to stop this war to find an off-ramp, to me. What are you going to give in? What are you going to compromise? What are you willing to strike a deal? What are you willing to give up? And yeah, we pay them back for structural damage compensation. What? Are you nuts? I'm telling you, it's insane. It is cray-cray. And I'm not going to sit here and make excuses for anyone or blame anyone, but let's be fair. If this had been Biden or Obama that did what just happened last night, the Republican Party would have been absolutely going insane. Absolutely batshit crazy. Be fair. If the shoe was on the other foot, what would the response be? That's the hypocrisy and everything. That's politics. That's how politics is. But I don't think the Republicans would be silent. If it was a Democrat in office doing this, they'd be like, what the fuck? What's he doing? Has he lost his mind? Mental health check time. Maybe 25th Amendment. Seriously. Think about it. If Biden would have done something like this, he needs to be immediately checked right here, right away. Right away. And I would have said the same thing. You look weak. You look like a P word. You gave in. I would have been all over his same freaking way. But you don't see that. You see people trying to still defend and deny the reality here. Seriously. It definitely looks like Iran won at this point. Think about it. And they said it at the beginning. They contemplated before, and like when the other negotiations were going on, they actually had people like a think tank talking about this. If we do confront the United States, and we know we're going to get punished, but the main thing, can we survive it? How long will they hang in there? They gambled. Can we survive? How long will the president be committed to a war? Pressure back at home, politically. They knew the Strait of Hormuz would be their fucking card to play when the time came. They knew it. To me, they thought it out a lot better than we did. And look what happened. They were right. Wait it out. He'll give in. He'll cave. The pressure is too much on him. Global economy, pressure back at home, whether it's whatever side politically. Mr. No Wars, Democrats having a field day. It was a lose-lose at home because, a lot of people, regardless of how they thought about it from their political view, it seemed like you were in a lose-lose situation with your base and definitely Democrats. So how does this end up? Not good. Politically, doesn't. It's not a good look. It looks even worse now. And they knew this. Iran knew this. They played the cards and they gambled. But you know what? It looks like they were right. Oh God, I can't imagine what the people of Iran are going through right now. Somebody said that Reza Pahlavi unfollowed the president and Netanyahu. I don't know if that's true. Someone said that he unfollowed them. He gave up on them. That tells you everything if that's the case. If he feels abandoned by them, what do you think the people of Iran feel? If Reza Pahlavi unfollowed them, if that's true, I don't know if that's true. Somebody mentioned that in chat. Think about the people of Iran. And what signal does that send to the people of Iran if Reza Pahlavi unfollowed them? I'm telling you, I'm thinking, I'm trying to put a perspective on this. Like, maybe the ceasefire collapsing might be a good thing, that we can then finish the job, that we just stopped and gave them a break. We gave them air. They were suffocating. They were drowning. The regime was drowning. They were in chaos. The internal fighting, mistrust. We had them right here. And you gave them a gasp of air. I hope that we finish what we started. That's just me, though. And give the people in Iran an opportunity to rise up. It's not there yet. Obviously, IRGC is still flaunting its power. Obviously. I generally cope well, but the emotional stress is enormous. I can't imagine. Especially with you, Navy Mom, who has a personal involvement with this. I'll keep it at that. Navigation through the Strait of Hormuz has been halted and the strait has been closed following the strikes on Lebanon. I told you, they're shifting the blame on Israel. I told you. It's going to be all Israel's fault. Trump said Reza is not good for president, so something has already been agreed upon in advance. You got to remember, is the president publicly going to come out to support anyone? Because then a lot of people will accuse him of putting a puppet under U.S. control to run Iran, they tried to distance themselves from that. They weren't going to name names. They weren't going to go there. All that. I get that. But you're dealing with this regime, and you find them more cooperative and more... I mean, just read his statement. You rather deal with that regime than Reza Pahlavi? Who's telling you he wants to have great relations with the United States, create peace with Israel, peace in the region, but you're willing to work with these fucks instead? What is going on with that? He thinks this is another Venezuela. It must be. Then we get access to the oil. He must be thinking this. I can't think of any other logical explanation. I think he thinks this is like Venezuela. You remove the mouse and everything changes. Is it me? Am I like overreacting and overthinking this? But does he honestly think that this is like another Venezuela? Really? This will do a lot of damage. Other leaders know how to get one over on the mighty. Yes. That's why people came up with that taco thing. Times he expects peace talks to Iran to take place in Pakistan very soon following Tuesday's ceasefire, but added that Vice President J.D. Vance may not attend due to security. Someone forced his hand. I think him and Xi came to a deal. They said China had something to do with it. I don't know what their role was, specifically since they meet soon. You're right. There could be a connection there, Bean. Because there was talk. I can't confirm it, but there was speculation that China had a hand in this somehow. Well, yeah, that's true. With Pahlavi, he would have had access to the oil. He definitely, that's true. That was a win-win with Pahlavi. No, and U.S. companies going to rebuild the infrastructure of Iran, investments in Iran. The U.S. could have made a freaking fortune if Iran turned. Are you kidding? The oil, the infrastructure, businesses, economic, it would have been incredible for the United States economy. It would have been a boon. Exactly. The war could have paid for itself. You're right. 100%, Jason. I totally agree with you. Trump to the New York Post. Vice President Vance may not president. Okay. Oh my God. No, it's all right. You don't have to apologize. I'm so hoping your perspective is right, because yes, this is still coming in as of now. This government is better. Trump, yes, Lebanon is not included in the deal. Oh, really? He's saying Lebanon was not included in the deal because of Hezbollah? So that means the Trump president is supporting Israel then? No? If that's what the president said, that Lorenzo's saying in chat, President Trump, yes, Lebanon is not included in the deal because of Hezbollah. Oh, that's a little twist. So then Israel did have a green light by us that was not part of this agreement for the ceasefire? So what happens if that's the case? What happens if Iran decides to hit Israel now? He can easily blame Iran because he could say that Hezbollah was not part of the agreement for the ceasefire. That's an interesting piece of information, if true, Lorenzo. That is an interesting point. I think the government in Tehran is better for Trump business. Maybe they got some kind of a deal going. Maybe that's what's really at the heart of this negotiation. Maybe they're willing for the United States to get in and profit, because it's always about money. It's always about money. You know what I mean? It's always, especially in this situation after Venezuela, a lot of people will say, look, he's going after the oil again. That I could see that. Who put that in chat? I'll just say Giovanno. There could be things that we're not aware of. Some kind of a business aspect of all this. That could be. Exactly, Jonathan. So if they are not part of it, then Israel didn't violate anything. Exactly. Iran's Fars says that oil tanker traffic through Hormuz has been halted due to Israeli. Yeah, somebody stated that. No, it's not you. I don't think you understand the depth of the situation. And Iran violated the ceasefire by launching missiles at Israel after agreeing to it. Not only that, they launched missiles to the pipeline in Saudi Arabia. They also launched attempts toward UAE. UAE released a statement that today 15 missiles were launched, drones toward UAE. But there was also something that happened to an oil facility or some kind of facility in Iran. Yeah. Prayer is important for some, for those of us who pray. Trump to PBS, because of Hezbollah, we did not include Lebanon in the ceasefire agreement. And Iran knows that. Ooh. Trump will get the contracts to rebuild. Yeah, it has to be. It has to be, John. It has to be that. It has to be U.S. investment opportunity, benefit financially. Yeah, I better not hear about no fucking reparations, though. I can only imagine what Goldie and Armin, even Tusi. Tusi's pretty good, though, at controlling his emotions. Even though he laughs at certain things, which I do too. He's more controlled. Do you know what I mean? I can't imagine what Armin and Goldie were going through. I can't imagine. Because they invested a lot in support of the president. They invested a lot. Like so many others, including myself. What's going on now? It is crumbling fast. So Moses is saying that's not really true. Well, let's look to see if we find anything about PBS that the president... Yes, Jason, I hope you're right. The Jason 3. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Yes, and there definitely is a whole economic level to this. Well, yeah, this is so complicated. It really is. It's complicated. Oh, wow, we got a lot of telegrams. Oh, shit. IRGC Navy. I thought they didn't have a Navy, but... The Iranian armed forces are now in control of the Strait of Hormuz. All vessels must obtain verbal permission from the IRGC Navy to proceed through the strait, or they will be targeted and destroyed. And they're putting it here too. President Trump. Yeah, Lebanon is not included in the deal because of Hezbollah. PBS. Breaking. Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz, which was partially open for about 10 minutes this morning, until further notice due to Israel's attack on Lebanon, Fars. The strait is now closed, allegedly. What did he say? President Trump on Lebanon. That's part of a separate skirmish, okay? He's trying to separate that from... It's part of the deal. Everyone knows that. That's a separate skirmish, okay? You got to talk faster. They must have caught him. Hold on. Oh, my. Oh, man. Oh, shit. They got an actual statement from him. Like his replies. Let's check this out. The reporter. I asked about Lebanon still being hit and if he'd seen that. Yeah, they are not included in the deal. I asked why not and if they should have been. POTUS, because of Hezbollah, they were not included in the deal. That'll get taken care of too. It's all right. I asked, are you okay with the Israelis continuing to hit them? It's part of the deal. Everyone knows that. That's a separate skirmish, okay? You got to talk faster. I asked if he regretted that True Social post about wiping out a civilization and noting that there was a huge pushback to that statement from Democrats. Then he hung up. Oh, boy. Don't bring up... That was a mistake to bring up the Democrats. How did you think he was going to react? Stay on the phone and answer you? He hung up on him. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh, Jesus. That's a PBS reporter's excerpt. Yeah, where is Uncle Lindsay right now? Oh. Oh my God, Jason. I should have got on my drums. Da-dum. Oh my God, Jason. Oh. Lindsay has always been known by many as a war hawk. He's had that reputation always, being a war hawk. And, when things suit his narrative, he will flip on you. Qatari defense. Iran attacked Qatar today with 7 missiles and drones. Look at this shit. I have no meaning. I'm just saying what I see on the ground. Iran has explicitly said that Tehran will withdraw from the ceasefire agreement if Israel continues to attack Hezbollah. That is true. That is true, Moses. They said that. They will withdraw if Israel continues to hit Hezbollah, Lebanon. They did say that. You are correct. That was a statement earlier. You are correct. And Moses, God bless you and your family. The interesting thing is to see if what I'm going to keep an eye out today now is, will Iran retaliate in any way against Israel because of Lebanon today? That's something we need to focus on. Because Iran may, I don't know if by saying this is even right. Could they show restraint to try to keep this going? And make Israel look bad? That they're not going to be the reason they break the ceasefire? But meanwhile, the president said This had nothing to do with the ceasefire. Hezbollah was not part of the ceasefire. So if Hezbollah was not part of the ceasefire, coming from what the president said, and Iran attacks Israel, does that mean game on again? Whatever happened to all the foot soldiers you sent to the Middle East? Are they still there? I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're still there. They're in a wait and see approach right now. As of what the Joint Chiefs said this morning, we are standing by in case we are needed and we have to go back in. Pretty much, I'm paraphrasing. We are standing by ready to go if ordered to do so. So it's not like they abandoned, they left. They're waiting to see how this plays out because he said it's a temporary ceasefire. Nobody knows how this is going to play out. You're not just going to start leaving before, I mean, that would be ridiculous. So when, oh, well, that's pretty smart. No, it's common sense. It's a temporary ceasefire. It's not a permanent ceasefire. It's a 2-week ceasefire. I'm not giving anybody credit for saying they're going to stay in the region. You expect that to happen. I'm not praising anybody for that because that's what's expected. I'm not giving anybody credit for that. That's the right thing to do. It's the smart thing to do. We've seen too much stupid shit happen that at least something smart is going on. It gives me hope. And it's being repeated all over now. Trump says Lebanon and Hezbollah are not included in Iran ceasefire. Times of Israel is putting it out. Everybody's running with it. What he just said. They're all running with it. Because Iran said that they violated the ceasefire. Trump is saying contrary. It was not included in the Iran ceasefire. So obviously, someone is lying. Wouldn't it be nice to see the actual agreement of the ceasefire? Would that ever be released? What are the terms of the ceasefire? What was agreed upon? What about that? Can we be transparent and see what the actual agreement is about? Highly doubtful we'll see that, but it would have been nice to see the details. The devil's always in the details, right? Because this happens. Who's lying? Who's saying the truth? Who's taking it out of context? What are we to believe? I thought it was about transparency. That's right. Actually, Dandy, it's more than just two fronts. You got to think they're pretty much surrounded. Just saying. Don't forget about the Houthis in Yemen from the south. Now, who will bend the knee first? Israel, U.S., or Iran? We shall see. That's a good point. That is a good point, Bean. Maybe this will be the excuse to put boots on the ground. It's the only way you got to take over. I don't know, man. John, I don't know. But it is kind of like we tried, but we've been down this path. We tried to come up with a ceasefire. We tried. Didn't work out. Now we're going to unleash hell. That could be. Maybe that was all part of the plan. Maybe it's also a public showing to not just here in the United States, but to the world that we actually tried. You know what I mean? Because public opinion matters too. Oh, that's another thing too. Was there insider trading going on by those that knew what was about to happen and they invested? Something to think about, Jason. The U.S. and Iran, Pakistan don't seem to agree. And how we trust Pakistan in this? Tell me how we're trusting Pakistan as the mediator here. You know who they side with. How fast are they going to turn on us? This is crazy. New York Times did praise President Trump over his ceasefire. Are they trying to get back into his good side after he told that reporter the other day, you're from the New York Times? Or the other one, you're from CNN? He embarrassed that reporter from the New York Times. It totally humiliated that reporter. I think they might have been, and John, you are correct. Turkish president, I don't want to hear from Erdogan. What's Erdogan saying? Confirmed the call with Trump that a peace agreement must not be allowed to be undermined. Obviously, Turkey can't stand Israel. So take that for what it's worth. So they're already saying undermine, that Israel is undermining it. Oh my God, not surprised. Iran has emerged from this war as a powerful global player and the U.S. is increasingly isolated. Yeah, I agree with that. Not only by the rhetoric, we isolated NATO, European countries, the region. Fucking, oh my God. This is a disaster. Long term, there could be consequences for many years to come. This is an utter embarrassment unless you finish the job. Unless you finish the job. You could turn this, there's still time to turn this around. We got to all hang in there. I agree with that, Navy Mom. No, we can say face now is to facilitate. Exactly, Jason. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's the only way to try to make sense of all this. Real regime change. Real regime change. Even, look, I'll be happy is if there's at some point, and I hope that we finish the job, but at least when I say finish the job, to the point where enough of the core of the regime is removed and the IRG scene is weakened even further and the Basij and the police, all this, to at least give the opportunity for the Iranian people to take to the streets and try to take their country back. Whether they succeed or not, at least they were given the opportunity. And at least we did our part. That's it. That's what I want to see. That's it. You give them the opportunity. That's all. That's it. I'm good with it. But we're not there yet. You know what I'm saying? Yes, and arm the immortal guards. Yes, yes. And I hope that's actually going on. That there's reports that actually is happening. Yeah, I think, okay, United States will pull out of NATO under this administration. And that will take a long time to try to reestablish that relationship. Not that many people care about it. But, again, short-term consequences, what are the long-term consequences? Don't know. That all has to play itself out. We don't know. I mean, that's definitely speculation to consider. Yeah, we might pull out of NATO. We're the one who funds 70% of it. So, that's the number I hear. This all started with the tariffs and talk of taking over places of your friends. Bet they're going to rush to help. You know what's going to happen? He's going to try to flip the script off of Iran, and then all the talk is going to come back to Cuba, Greenland, because now he's going to say, fuck you, NATO. I'm taking Greenland. You weren't there for me. You have nothing to say about Greenland now. Don't think that that's not going to happen. Greenland's going to come back into the radar here. Cuba, possibly more South American countries like Mexico, Colombia. We are going to change the narrative from Iran, and we're going to switch it over now. Focus on Cuba, focus on Greenland, focus on this, to try to change everything and put everybody's focus from that to this now. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. I'll put money on that. That's where it's going next. Cuba. Number one. It all begins with Cuba soon. Does anybody disagree with that? If for somehow, some crazy way, we walk and get off the off-ramp here out of Iran, what's next? Seriously, what's next? Cuba. Definite. In my opinion, Cuba is next on the radar. So, and like I said, this is not because I have a crystal ball in front of me. Just look at recent memory, past, talk. And that's something Rubio's going to be really excited about. I'm slightly curious what he's thinking of with Canada as well. Mexico, the same. Look, I've been saying this since the first administration. Mexico is definitely the problem. One of the main players. They are the main problem. Everything is Mexico. And it's connected to so many things. I mean, think about the people that have crossed over the border. Think about the fentanyl. Think about the cartels, the human trafficking, the smuggling, the money laundering. The vast majority is Mexico. Mexico. In my opinion. Oh, and Panama's another one. But to me, if it were me, I've been talking to this with friends for a long time. Mexico. You see all this military action that's been taken on in Iran? I would have focused a lot of that shit on fucking the cartels in Mexico. I would have made that human trafficking route impossible. Impossible. I would have went all out. That's on our border. Don't get me started with that, with Mexico. More than Cuba, Mexico. More than anything, Mexico. Just think how they where does it all go through from South America? I mean, what are the majority of the people that are trying to get into this country? Where are they from? Mexico or other places in South America? And where do they got to travel through to get here? Mexico. The cartels got their hands in so many cookie jars in a bad way. Mexico. That has me cray-cray for years, decades, actually. Past administrations being weak on it. Mexico. Heck yes, Dandy. That's what I'm saying. My God. Oh my gosh. I mean, what's the size of Mexico compared to Iran? What is the military capacity of Mexico compared to Iran? What is the proximity of Mexico compared to Iran? Could have that shit surrounded. It's not even an issue. It's not even close. Comparing the two. It's not even fucking close. But that's just sidebar. I know I'm going off the rails a little bit, but that's where I would have focused. Just me. What is this? Oh, wow. They're putting out more of the Israeli stuff. What happened in Lebanon. So the media for the other side is putting this out now. There's no alerts active now in Israel. They're repeating on the different platforms the same information. Is Tusi going live? Exactly. What was this all for? I wonder how much this war has cost us so far. Whoa, 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 whoa. Axios. Carolyn Levitt said something? This early in the morning? White House says Lebanon not part of U.S.-Iran ceasefire. Breaking. 11 minutes ago. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire agreement between the United States and Iran, actually reported on Wednesday, citing White House Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt. Interesting. I want to go to Iranian International. Oh, God. Really? That's interesting. See? Arab states fear Iran could emerge stronger from war. Jesus Christ. They are emboldened. They feel emboldened. They survived. They hold the cards. They know the straight. Just think of it this way, logically. Who's asking who to open the strait? We're asking them to open the strait? Iran, please agree to the ceasefire so we can open up the strait. Will you please open the strait so that the oil could flow? Oh my God! Weak! Power to strength my ass. Oh! Jonathan, I agree with you. I've been saying that they won. Right, as of right now, Iran has won. Now that can change tomorrow or tonight. As of right now, who is the benefactor from this? Us or them? I can't say us. Oh yeah, so militarily we decimated them. Great! Command of the drone unit in the aerospace force of the Revolutionary Guard. We are on high alert and awaiting orders. We are reading you from the Stone Age and we control the Strait of Hormuz, Iranian consul. I read that earlier, Morgan. But thank you for putting that there. Yeah, they did that. They're mocking the president. They're humiliating the president. And they're having fun doing it too. They're enjoying every minute of this. So is their media outlets. They're putting all kinds of, I won't share it, all kinds of memes, disgraceful things against the president, making him look like an absolute utter fool. For now. For now. Things could change. They have been mocking Trump all day. I'm not going to share it though, because some of it is embarrassing, to say the least. You're right, Jonathan. They have all day. All day. They're loving this since last night, really. They're having a ball with this. And that upsets me even more. Because it's not just the president they're embarrassing the United States of America. As a citizen, I'm upset. I'm pissed. Ugh. Look at this. Want to see one? Here's one. Look at this. It's just one. And this is one that I could show. They put in the caption, taking new names for the Strait of Hormuz. Look at this. That's one I can show that is not even that. They are having a field day with this. That's just, like I said, one that I could show. Ugh. I'm telling you, my stomach is turning. I'm trying to see if there's any other ones I can show, but I don't even want to go there. It gets me more crazy. It's definitely rage baiting. There's no doubt. I can't show that one. I don't want to get myself more pissed. I don't even want to. I'm not even going to look. I don't want to. Trying to see if there's anything else. I need a break. I need to go outside, take a little walk around the property, do some work around the property, get my mind off this, do some work, actual work that I'm responsible for. Now they're putting out AI videos. Now they're putting out AI videos, and it's disgusting. Iranian state TV aired an AI-generated video depicting the U.S. military option to rescue a downed American pilot in Isfahan province, claiming it showed Islamic Republic forces ambushing and destroying U.S. aircraft. These are the people you're negotiating with. On state TV, they put an AI-generated video to their people. They asserted that the rescue mission ended up in a major defeat with several U.S. planes and helicopters destroyed. The video, aired by Press TV and shared on social media, has been dismissed by critics as propaganda. I'm not sharing this video. I don't know if they would try to do that. I don't know. That would be another card they hold with the Houthis to do that in Yemen. Because that has been discussed. West One Radio. That has been discussed. That's another card they never played. And a lot of cargo ships go through there. Not necessarily oil. Cargo. That card was not played. Trying to lock up the Strait in the Red Sea. They didn't need to. The Strait was enough, obviously. They didn't need to play the second card. That's embarrassing. They still have that up their sleeve. That's a great point you brought up. That is an excellent point, West One Radio. They didn't even play that card. Man. I don't know. Here's another one. I'm going to get off soon. I do need a break. Iran tells... Okay, here's another one coming from the other side. Iran tells media's Islamabad meeting is conditional on a ceasefire in Lebanon now. So now they are including this in on the ceasefire. Now the Iranians are telling them this has to be part. In order for us to meet now, there must be a conditional ceasefire in Lebanon. See how the president reacts to that. They just threw that in the equation. We're not going to meet unless there's a ceasefire in Lebanon now. But the president just said that's not part of the deal. The Iranians are trying to make it part of the deal or they won't meet. Oh my God. So that's coming from the Wall Street Journal, by the way. And it's spreading all over the place now. How about that? Yeah, no, I gotta, like I said, Blue Flash, that's very possible. Again, I said this earlier. Could this just be to sway public opinion in support of this moving forward? By saying that we agreed to a ceasefire. We tried to negotiate with them only to know that it was going to fail. And thus giving us the reason to really pound the shit out of them. It's possible. Because I didn't see it made any sense to even negotiate with them for 2 weeks. A ceasefire. I didn't see this as being even practical. Doesn't even make sense to give them that time. I would have gave them 48 hours. And if you don't do anything now, we're really going to pound you. You have this last opportunity. You want a ceasefire? We'll talk about it, but only for 48 hours at the most. I don't even know if I would give them that. 2 weeks. 2 weeks? For what? They do consider them sitting in the driver's seat. Absolutely. They had the Strait of Hormuz is the choking point. Literally and figuratively. And they knew this. This didn't become the Strait of Trump. They're in control. When you're asking them, the only way we'd agree to a ceasefire is if the Strait opens immediately, which it hasn't. That was the condition. Remember. And is subject to the immediate, complete opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Did that happen yet? It happened for 10 minutes. Partially earlier. It's closed again. So what's going on? What are we supposed to believe? It's clearly in the post. So do your words have any meaning? Are they empty? That's what a lot of people are saying right now. You make threats, you make all this, and then you walk it back and... And you can't say he didn't say it because he did. There's no sugarcoating it. You know what I mean? There's no... And I made my own post last night on True Social. I responded to him. And some people liked it. I was so pissed last night. I was so upset last night. You have no idea. I was so disappointed. I mean, I wonder if I was blocked off True Social now from my post. I don't think so, because some people were saying something wild. And, oddly enough, 90% of the Truth Social posts as a response to that were absolutely negative toward him. There was a few of the diehard MAGA supporters like, great Mr. President, all that. The vast majority were not pleased. Not at all. You're always going to have that, you know. They are not happy. So this is not just a one-sided thing. But then again, there's other ways to look at it too. A lot of people didn't want to get involved in this in the first place. Why are we entering another war? Well, how is this our problem? This is not what you ran on, right? You know, there's many ways to look at this. And that's to be fair. I can't even read it without, like, choking. I mean, just look at the post one more time from yesterday when we were like, oh, he really did do it. Subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, is that the case right now? Immediate, complete, safe? Are any of those happening right now? Any of that? And that it was subject to this for him to agree to a ceasefire. So what the hell happened? Subject to. Well, subject to didn't matter. What happened to immediate, complete, and safe passage? Iranians are dictating, you must communicate with us first, otherwise you will be targeted and destroyed. That's what they said today. That's not opening it completely safe. That's, first of all, that's not safe passage. And it's not immediate, and it sure isn't complete, because it was partial this morning. So everything there is bullshit. Do you see what I'm saying, though? Don't gaslight me. Other people might fall for this bullshit, but I'm not. Right there alone, everything there is bullshit. Complete, immediate, and safe passage through Strait, subject to. Were any of those met before he agreed to the ceasefire? How is there a ceasefire that's subject to if they didn't meet those three things? Complete, immediate, and safe passage. The ceasefire shouldn't go in place until that happens, right? Subject to. So, am I confused? Subject to. Remember, it all hinged upon the complete, immediate, and safe passage. So that tells me, does the ceasefire go into place until that happens? That's what I'm led to believe. But if I read it literally, well, has that happened? Yes? No? So what the hell was that? It's nonsense. Empty words. Which looks weak. It's like a joke. They're laughing at it. I'm like baffled when I see this. Again, it's like somebody said it again. I don't know if it was Dandy. Are we living in two parallel worlds here? What is reality? That's why I need to clear my head, go outside. It's nice. It should be nicer out now. Alexa, what's the temperature?
It's 41 degrees right now with a high of 54. And
It's freezing out there. It's 41 degrees.
Feels like 55 with plenty of sun.
Oh, it's only 11:30. Oh my God, so much has happened. It's only 11:30 a.m. Eastern. So much has happened already. Oh my God, what is this day gonna bring? What surprises are we in store for today? Very weak. Exactly, Blue Flash. None of the conditions for the ceasefire prevail as of now. Again, like the guy on Enforcer said last night, because I had to see what they had to say, the two of them. And I was like, holy shit, what they're saying is true. If you see something, okay, you could tell when humor is being used in a humorous way. When we see something literally posted, I mean, I'm looking at word for word. Just like many others do. They take it literal. Well, we're not supposed to take it literal? We're supposed to read in between the lines? That's what they were saying. How are we supposed to read in between the lines? What is said is said. There's no other interpretation. Are we going to try to dance around it? Or make excuses? Or do we take it literally and break it down for what it literally says? And not make excuses for it? Well, right there, complete immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, that has not happened. And we're 12 hours, more than 12 hours, after the fact of the declared ceasefire, so to say. So to speak. So what the hell? That's immediate? That's complete? That's safe passage? That is not the case. So that subject to is bullshit because you should have never agreed to a ceasefire until they met that demand. Which they didn't. So there should never have been a ceasefire. Oh my God. Israel was not satisfied with the ceasefire announcement and was not consulted regarding the agreement. That's what I said yesterday. Earlier. Did they not go over this with the partners in the area? The Middle Eastern partners? Did they not just have a discussion with all of them, including Israel, about the ceasefire agreement? What kind of shit show is that? Where's the communication? That's scary in itself. And remember, in the other post, he said he spoke. Look what he wrote in the same post. On behalf of the United States of America, as president, and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. What is he smoking? He doesn't smoke. He doesn't drink. On behalf of the Middle Eastern countries, does that not include Israel? Was there some kind of miscommunication here? You're speaking on behalf of the Middle Eastern countries? Does that not include Israel? And that's another thing, Jimmy. Another great point that you're alluding to. They would have 100% told Trump not to sign this terrible ceasefire. But who is they? Who's got his ear that's pushing this? Who pushed this on him to make that decision? Who influenced him to agree to this? Ask yourself that question. Was it the typical ones that we hear about? The peace pushers? Kushner, Witkoff, J.D. Vance? Who else? Who else convinced him that this was the appropriate path to take? I'd like to know that. Yeah, one thing said in public, that's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Behind closed doors is totally different from what goes on in the public domain. I totally agree. Totally agree with that. We don't know what's going on behind closed doors. We can only base I'll speak for myself. I can only speculate and assume based on what's put out there. And what the propaganda from Iran is coming. Because we're not getting it from them. Wouldn't it be nice to see? Because then you say, oh, it's fake news, that's not the point plan. But then the Iran National Security releases, this is the point plan, to contradict what he just said. So who the fuck is, I mean, can we transparently see what was agreed upon? Can we see? That would answer all the questions very easily. Be transparent. What's so hard about being transparent and showing what the terms of the ceasefire were? Is that a problem? Is there a problem in that? I don't see a problem in that. Be transparent. Show us what the agreement was. Give us the breakdown. Show the world, the American people, everyone, what was the agreement. We hear about this 10-point plan. It was something that we could work on. It's something that it could be productive and it could be... What? Well, let's see it. Because then, if we've seen it, then we know if Iran is coming out with something else, well, now it looks like Iran is trying to change the terms of those 10 points. And at least we could say Iran is now trying to change what was put originally in that agreement. And they're trying to spin it and say, no, that's not what we said. Well, here's the document showing what you agreed to. Now contradict this. But we can't because we don't see it. So how the hell do we know? So yes. So what happened was reports of Black Hawks over Baghdad. What? So CNN, and then he said that it came from Nigeria or some country. I don't know where the hell. And then CNN said, no. We got this directly from the source. First, they said that it was put on Iran state media, and then the Iranian National Security Council sent CNN the fucking 10-point plan and said, yes, this is it. But how do we know that is it without knowing what the president says was the 10-point plan maybe he's seen, and now it's been changed, so we don't know. So CNN is being fed from them what they want them to put out there. So they're being used. CNN is being used as a propaganda arm for the regime. Though that might be something that came from the Iranian National Security Council, does not make it real and the actual document that was submitted in the agreement for the ceasefire. So how do we know? It's fake because technically that may not have been the same thing that was agreed upon by the people that were part of the ceasefire negotiation. Follow me? So it's kind of like, I won't say it's lies, it's misleading. No, actually, they were sent, CNN actually got the release of the 10-point plan from the National Security. They sent it to them. They actually sent them the copy of the 10-point plan, but that came from the Iranian National Security Council. But that doesn't mean that they put a new spin on it, different than what was originally the 10-point plan that the president seen, or his team. So CNN went along with the ride, taking what the Iranians say was the 10-point plan, coming from them directly. But is that truly what was presented in the negotiations? Both can be true. See what I'm saying? So that's utter confusion. But my point on all this is, if you be transparent and you show the details of the ceasefire agreement, it puts all this nonsense to rest. Because then we know. Like right now, the president is saying, no. First, Iran says Israel violated the ceasefire because they attacked Lebanon. But the president says, no. That was not part of the ceasefire agreement because it was Hezbollah. But if you would have been transparent and showed us exactly what the agreement was, then all this would not be prevented. Because now one side is saying this, the other side is saying this, and it causes confusion. All this confusion could be prevented if you be transparent and come out in a press conference, put it up on a PowerPoint. I don't care if it has to be done like this. Show the people these are the terms that the Iranians' 10-point plan consists of. This is what our counter proposal was. And these are the things that we're going to work on together, which we think could be negotiable and agreed upon in the future to find a final resolution on this. But without that, we all sit here and speculate and assume and guess because we don't have none of that. There's no transparency. What's so wrong about showing what the agreement of the ceasefire is? Why is that so difficult? Cannot we not see that? What are the terms? What is their 10-point plan? We see all these different people putting out 10-point plans. Which is the right one? You get rid of that confusion if you do a press conference responsibly. This is the 10-point plan that was submitted to our negotiator team. These are the ones that the president was referring to. Despite what you might see in fake news, media, however they want to spin it. Despite what you're seeing out there, these are the 10 points that the Iranians presented to us at the negotiations for the ceasefire. How hard is that? How hard is that? Or are they afraid to expose what's on that 10-point peace plan because it shows that we just caved in? Something's not right here. Something doesn't make sense to me. It can be resolved very quickly. Show the people. Show the American people. Show the world. It's that simple. It's not complicated. They're making it complicated. You know what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? This could all have been prevented by being transparent. You say you're so transparent about things. Well, do it. Hold a press conference today. If there's any way to salvage the possibility of meeting with Iran, and just show it. What's going on now? Dandy, you have a great day. But no, it's a shit show. Lindsey Graham has been found. Oh my God, Eugene. Now remember, there could have been Black Hawks flying. That is old video. We have to be very careful because we don't know the date of any of this video. I'm going to look at it. But remember, you got to be careful with that because it could be dated. It could be old. Again, like you said, huge if true, but we don't know if it's true. Exactly, Kevin. Both sides agreed on different agreements. What? I mean, again. But do you want to give a break to the Iranian regime right now? To regroup and get rearmed by China or Russia or both? It's not a smart move. And I honestly think this isn't going to last. If it lasts 48 hours, I'd be shocked. No, the strait is closed. They say it was open for 10 minutes. Partially. It was only open for 10 minutes partially this morning. Maybe for 5 minutes, but you still have to pass permission and pay. Yes. And if they didn't agree, this is what the IRGC Navy put out a statement. If we don't give you permission, you will be targeted and destroyed. That's what they put out. Yeah, we got to be very careful. Listen, let's see. Like, I'm going to get off now because my head is exploding. I'm getting actually a migraine headache from this. Is Tusi planning to go live? I hope they don't go quiet based on everything that's going on. I don't think so. I don't see that in Tusi. And there still has to be optimism and hope out there. There has to be. I would hope. Let me see. Any word on Tusi? Hi, Mom. Yeah, Goldie and Armin are not, they're not just gonna, they're not, they have to, you have to be hopeful. I'd rather be an optimist than a pessimist. There's always got to be a silver lining, no matter how bad or bleak things may look. You can't lose hope ever in anything. Once that happens, you're done. You're defeated. You can, in any situation, you always have to look at things. Hopefully, no matter how dark things and bleak things can be, there has to be light. There just has to be. I refuse. No, nothing scheduled for Tusi yet. I'm going to Goldie. She's got to be coming on. I can't imagine what they're going through right now, the two of them. Because she's very emotional, and Armin gets emotional too. And they show it. And by watching it, you can't help yourself but get emotional. Do you know what I mean? Unless you're a cold sociopath. No, she's not scheduled yet either. I am an optimist. This is a game. U.S. will change the regime to Pahlavi, and I hope, Jimmy, that you are right. That's right. Always look up. You can't give up. It's over if you give up in anything, in any part of life. You can't give up. You always have to fight. Keep going. Be determined. Things may be bad, but you just can't give up. I mean, and then, you know, when you have certain, because I taught anger management for 2 years. And it takes a toll emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually. And that's when the stresses become anxieties, and it could become mental issues. It's not good, because it can overwhelm you. That's why, like I just said, I'm going to go check on the pool. I might do some more deck work, walk the dog, get the garbage from the street, feed the cats, which I already did this morning. I'm going to get my mind off of this for a little while. And then keep an eye on this stuff, and then maybe later see if anything has developed, you know? So I'm just going to pray. Oh my God. Eugene, that is wild what you just said. If I read that a few times, I would go, cray cray. But I like the way you put it. You're doing exactly what no one expected, and that is to be expected if you are planning for the unexpected. When trying to predict the most unpredictable war machine ever built, you will go crazy. Yes. Absolutely. That sums it up for the last few months. Ah! Oh my God. 5 new tankers just took off from Ben Gurion. Again, keep an eye out for Tusi. Goldie and Armin, wherever you Steve is probably exhausted, but he'll be on later. I'll see where I'm at later mentally, physically. I'm fatigued. So I like to sit back and watch what they do, you know? It gives me a break, and I watch them. I'm not gonna lie, I do. So I need that. I'll step away, see what they have to say, and keep up to date by watching them, because they'll keep me informed. They'll keep you informed, right? That's the way I'm looking at it. And then wait for the Yankee game tonight. And just chill out. So, yes, Navy Mom, you know I send my love to, you know. I'm not putting out your business. Wait, what? Developing? Well, there's all kinds of things going on. Is Iran going to retaliate against Israel like they threatened to do? That they're planning to strike Israel? The Strait is now closed. Is it going to be reopened tomorrow, Friday? What's happening here? Is Israel going to hit Hezbollah targets again in defiance to what Iran is threatening? That if they do any more operations, they're going to not go to the meeting on Friday in Islamabad? There's so much going on. Will an Arab country get hit again today? I mean, there's so much going on. It's constantly developing. Something else pops up. Like right now, it's popping up on Telegram. What's going on now before I leave? Let's clear it out. Wow, the opposition party in Israel is going after Netanyahu. I'll tell you that. Woo! They're saying Netanyahu deceived the citizens of Israel, deceived his partners in Iran war, caused strategic debacle. The opposition. They're going after him. The Israeli Air Force put out photos of their strikes against their fighters heading out to carry out a major wave of airstrikes against Hezbollah. I'm sure Iran's going to love that. They're just like flaunting it too. What? Attach out the photos from the moments of the strike in the Israeli Air Force Command Center. Oh, the Israelis are flaunting it now. They're just like publishing photos related to it, the hits, the strikes, the planes taking off, how they were meeting in the command center. IDF is just putting it out there. Holy shit, in absolute defiance. It's like now they're showing it off. And now they're putting out images and all kinds of stuff in relation to the strikes in Lebanon. Hot as ever on Flight Radar. I hope you're right, Mom. And I hope, I'm telling you, tons of tankers in the air. Let's do this. Let's finish the job. That's just my opinion. Please. The president is paying attention to this. He's like, this is bullshit. But at least, like I said, publicly, because public opinion matters, he could say he tried again. Didn't work out. So now this happens. Right? And what's up, Maz and Lewis? And love to all of you. Pray for peace. Pray for our troops. Pray for everyone. This is for me as a Catholic, this is a time for prayer. Which I need to light my candle. This is a time for prayer for me. Pray for peace, for love, compassion, all that. Yeah, there's different numbers coming in, Jonathan, about the death toll in Lebanon. So, love to everyone. Be well, be blessed, be safe. And take care of yourselves and your family. And you know what? Like, Mom and I have our moments, but then we have our moments when I hug her and I kiss her and I tell her I love her. Do that to your family members. Tell them you love them. You know? It's important. It's important. You know? To me, at least. Anyway, love to all of you. I'm out. God bless you all. And I'll see everybody maybe later. Go watch. Keep an eye out for Tusi, Goldie. You know the drill. Anyway, everybody. Take care.